Chris, are you good? Yes, good evening. We are almost ready to start our board meeting. The superintendent, welcome. It's a regularly scheduled board meeting for Vista Unified School District. It is March 9th. And Madam President, everything is working correctly. So I'm ready to hand it up to you.
All right. Call this meeting to order at 6:28. We'll begin with the roll call. Trustee Smithfield.
Here.
Trustee Vargas.
Present.
Trustee Baracco.
Present.
Trustee Kelly. Here. Okay, we're all present and accounted for. I'm going to have our student board member Haley lead us in the flag salute.
Please stand for the pledge. Place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Greetings, everyone. Thank you for being here. Before we get started, I would like to say that the board appreciates and supports stakeholder input at our meetings. Engagement by members of the public in civic matters is a cornerstone of our democracy. Everyone should have a chance to express their opinions within the guidelines that the board has established for its meetings, so that we are able to conduct the meeting effectively and efficiently. During the meeting, there will be time for public comments on matters not on the agenda. In addition, members of the public may comment on specific agenda items after I, as board president, ask for public comment for an item. Until it is your turn to speak, or if you're just here to observe the meeting, please refrain from any behavior that prevents others from participating in the meeting or that disrupts the board's ability to conduct business of the board. This includes any conduct that prevents members of the board, district staff, or the person making public comment from speaking. We also ask that when you are called upon, you address only the board. While we assume that members of the public intend to participate in the meeting in a civil manner, and while legitimate criticism of the board is protected speech, we will not tolerate any threats of violence made to board members, staff, or any other members of the public. In the event of a threat of violence, the individual will be removed from the room whenever possible and will be referred to law enforcement. In the event that the meeting is disrupted in a manner that prevents the board from proceeding with the agenda items of the meeting, we may choose to recess the meeting until order is restored. If order cannot be restored after a recess, we may choose to clear the room, move the meeting to another location where it will no longer be disrupted, or we may adjourn the meeting. Now that I said that, we are going to begin with 3, public report of actions taken in closed session. No action taken. Okay. And 4, approval of the agenda, please.
If I could interject, Madam President, there are 2 items on the agenda. We needed to make an adjustment on the presentation slide decks for. You all have those and they're identified as revised as of the date. We've posted them online and we have them available for the public. They're items 16A and 16D. So when you do call for the vote, we need you to call for the vote with the adjustment of the newly revised items for 16A and 16D.
All right.
D is in boy or
D as in dog.
D is in
16A
dog.
and D.
Thank you. I make a motion that we approve the agenda with the amended presentations 16A and 16D as described. Second.
Moved by trustee Kelly and seconded by trustee Morocco. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Student board members?
Hi.
The motion carries. All right, the next item on the agenda is district announcements. The superintendent, Dr. Doyle.
Thank you, President Alvarado. Again, good evening, board members, student board members. It's a pleasure to be here again. This is our regularly scheduled board meeting. We had an absolute wonderful meeting a few weeks ago where we recognized many of our amazing staff members and teachers in the district with the Golden Apple Award. So we were not able to recognize a bunch of other staff members in our school district who are star recognition program. So as we always do, tradition has it, I would like to play a quick video to recognize other staff members in our school district. So just give me a minute. Right here. Get it up and running. There you go. All right, so a quick round of applause for that. A couple more announcements and then I'll hand it back to the president. We are in this time of the year where we recognize amazing staff members in our school district for the work that they have done. We are just a few days away from recognizing a countywide award system called Honoring Our Own. That's actually sponsored by the California School Boards Association and the AXA, the Association for California School Administrators. This year is a unique year in the sense that we have 3 awards. That's very rare for a school district to have 3 awards in the same year. We have actually, we are representing the entire county of San Diego, for which there are 42 school districts, a very large county. The County Administrator Staff Member of the Year for elementary school, and that's Dr. Kyle Ruggles. He's not here tonight, but he will be recognizing him with the digital event. And then also our very own, she's with us virtually, Amy Shackelford, who is the business service at and then our very own Cipriano Vargas, County School Board Member of the Year. All right, we're not going to stop there. Tomorrow, we're going to recognize other heroes of Vista, and this is a recognition program that we have in concert with the Chamber of Commerce of Vista and also the Vista Education Foundation, VEF. And so we have Arts Educator of the Year, my brother George Doyle. Technology Educator of the Year, Dwayne Cossey. Administrator of the Year, Tracy Zachary. Person of the Year, Holly. And classified Person of the Year, Georgine Smith. Again, we'll be recognizing them tomorrow night in an official event. So thank you very much. I'll hand it back to our president.
All right. So, next item on the agenda is 6, presentation by committee members, public comments by committee members. Any member of the public in the audience who wishes to hold and speak on an agenda item may speak to an item. And you will all have 3 minutes to address the board, and I ask that you all address the board first. Okay, thank you. The first item to speak is Corey Way. I'm sorry, the first person to speak.
Thank you. Hi, hello board members, student board members, Dr. Doyle. My name is Corey Way. I'm a sixth-year counselor in the district. Part of the reason I became a school counselor was to advocate for students. And I've been surprised since this 6 years how much I've actually been advocating for my own colleagues. The school counselors recently met on our own to discuss if we felt supported and the difficulties that we were facing. So the school counselors did take a survey. 47 counselors in our district and 36 of them completed the survey. School counselors were asked, do you feel that the district office values and supports all VUSD school counselors? On a scale of 1 to 5, 1 being not supported at all and 5 being very supported, 50% of our counselors rated the district's support at a 1 or a 2. 28% of the counselors said 3, 22% said 4, and 1 counselor rated the district as a 5. The next question was, do you personally feel valued and supported by the district office? On a scale of 1 to 10, 1 to 5, 1 being not valued at all and 5 being very, very valued, 64% of our counselors rated it as at a 1 or a 2. 17% rated it as a 3, 17% as a 4, and 1 counselor rated the district as a 5. You might ask yourself, why? Do you know that we have school counselors working way past contract hours and not being paid? Do you know that we have school counselors that are being required to supervise students at lunchtime instead of running small groups? Do you know that we have elementary school counselors that are substituting classes for an entire day and not getting paid for it? Do you know that we have school counselors advocating for a lead counselor for over 2.5 years and none of those 3 lead counselors have been hired to this day? And I actually applied to transfer for that position and I haven't even been contacted for an interview. Do you know that the last 6 years we have had to replace 10 middle school counselors? There's only 10. So that's a 100% turnover rate in 6 years. Do you know that in high school we've had to replace 17 counselors in the last 8 years? That's an 89% turnover for high school counselors. In order for VUSD counselors to feel valued, supported, I am begging the board to bring school counselors over to the pay scale alongside social workers. We feel that our work and how we work with every single student in the school, we have higher caseloads and we are expected to work at all 3 tiers. And so I believe when I look at our kindness value, developing a compassionate, nurturing, and kind learning and working environment, I believe that's how we can show our school counselors that we care about them. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey. Speak is Peter Kramer.
Board members, Dr. Doyle, student board members. Reread a letter that I sent to the board about a month ago on February 3rd. The Vista Unified Negotiation News for January 26 proposed adding nurses and social workers to the psychologist SLP salary schedule. We understand this was initiated by student services to recruit and retain these vital resources for our students. As a school counselor, I personally regard this as a divisive and demoralizing slap in the face. Our district already recognizes and compensates psychologists for their advanced degree in training and is correctly offering the same for our social workers. The inclusion of school counselors should be automatic. You may be tempted to defer to the teachers union where school counselors suffer as an underrepresented minority, but such action resolves nothing. School counselors have been incorrectly associated with teacher salary for this entire time. If you were to look at any other parallel district, any other North County district, that's not the case. They're on separate salary schedules, and in most, they are on the same salary schedule as school psychologists and social workers. The door is open for you to right a long-term wrong and appropriately compensate school counselors for their advanced degree training and value. As Corey had said, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, we do that all the time. And on a much higher caseload, and we also have a boatload more responsibilities with students at all levels, with all different aspects of their lives, including academic. Less than 2 weeks ago, and this would be back in the middle of January, psychologists, social workers, and school counselors worked collectively with student services to clarify roles and responsibilities. And this was done just by evaluating the jobs that we had and put stickers up on boards to see who was doing what. By a vastly overwhelming majority, school counselors were recognized as the responsible caretakers for the majority of the items posted. As peers, we know, value, respect, and collaborate interpersonally and professionally on a daily basis. All is vital resources to our students, parents, peers, and community. Recruitment and retention challenges are consistent across all of our professions, and you're aware of that now from hearing Corey's responses. Turnover undermines trusted student relationships and sends our hatching results trained colleagues elsewhere. So if we invest in our counselors, we have to show, the investment has to be equal to what we're asking of other people in very similar positions. Social workers, who are valuable, school psychologists who are also valuable. This is a critical moment for you to help resolve this inequitable oversight. Please act promptly in the long-term interest of our Vista community. Appreciate your generous time. I look at the board and I read the values of this district. I see kindness. I see collaboration, trust, respect I have trouble with, and equity I have a lot of trouble with. Hope you can
Thank you.
recognize school counselors for the great things they do in small increments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
The next person to speak is Marisol Mayoral.
Good evening, board members and Dr. Doyle. My name is Marisol Mayoral, and I'm a counselor at Rancho River Middle School. This is my 8th year working in the school district, and I have been very fortunate to work with a great team at my site. I would like to take advantage of this forum to formally thank you for your support, any support you have given school counselors, especially in regards to bringing hatching. It has been invaluable training. However, there's more that Vista Unified can do to show school counselors that you support and value the work that we do. And that is giving us equal pay by moving school counselors alongside school social workers over to the psychologists and SLP salary schedule. As first responders of mental health for students, school counselors hold very similar credentials to school social workers and school psychologists. We also have very similar roles and responsibility. As my colleague Peter mentioned, on January 23rd, there was a district-led joint meeting between all VUSD counselors, school social workers, and school psychologists. One of the objectives of the meeting was to define roles between the 3 positions. What we concluded was that although there are distinctions between job descriptions, there are a lot more commonalities, especially between school counselors and school social workers. Therefore, I asked, why are school social workers given preferential treatment over school counselors when choosing who to bring over the same salary schedule as school psychologists? I would like to end with a very important reminder that we agreed as a district on 5 agreements with which to guide our vision: respect, trust, collaboration, equity, and kindness. With those values in mind, I implore you to please consider moving school counselors alongside school social workers to the school psychologist pay scale. It would be the equitable thing to do. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Person to speak is Jenny Carrillo.
Hello, board members, Dr. Doyle. My name is Jenny Carrillo, and I am a school counselor at Vista Middle School. Today, I would like to speak to you regarding the district proposal to move the social workers to the school psychologist salary, but now that the school counselors. So right now, we're in immense need for mental health resources and support for our students. Our students are falling apart. If you see the data of how many students that are coming up with crisis, we have crisis on a weekly basis, sometimes on a daily basis. And the reality is that if we are referring out, right now there's wait lists. The amount of like professionals that are psychiatrists, psychologists, counselors, there's not enough for the amount of students that need help. So for the time being, since the beginning of January, we've had 36 Palomar Family Counseling referrals for mental health. That is double the amount that we had last year for the entire year. We've had over 15 students that counselors that we are running groups for prevention and diversion because they are engaging in drug use, even inside of the school. So we are honestly burning out. We are burned out. Our ASCA, which is our National Association, the suggestion for caseload is 1 counselor per 250 students. And at this time, some of us has over 410 students for 1 counselor. So and this is just on top of everything else that we have to do. We are the one. All the 504s, there are endless for all of the SSDs. So we also have to do supervision, which is unpaid and it takes 2 hours a day. So this is on a daily basis, and it has to come to a point where you have to realize that there's not enough of us. And the amount of work that we're doing is, we are the person who are in the front lines helping our students. So for you guys to choose to move the social workers over and not us, how is that fair? How is that equitable? We're doing so much work. We have similar degrees. We have way more on our caseload. So I really would like for you guys to really think hard and please be reflective and look at our values, kindness, equity, trust. Please, you guys have to really think about the amount of work that we do. And just as social workers, we also deserve to be put on the psychologist pay scale. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. The next person to speak is Nicole Wright.
Hi, I wanted to personally thank the district for taking the first steps toward revamping our reading instruction. Although there has been some pushback from teachers, it's great to see dated materials finally being removed from classrooms. I'm thrilled to hear that the district will offer a full training for teachers to attend this summer that aligns with the science of reading. These are very exciting steps that will pay off exponentially in the coming years. With proper reading instruction, our students will become fluent readers, our test scores will rise, and we will qualify less students for special education services, which means our specialists can be reserved for students who truly have learning difficulties and need the support. I know there has been frustration from some teachers who are reluctant to let go of our old reading practices and materials. Science of reading is a teaching pedagogy, not a box program, and some teachers feel they are being attacked as a professional. I also know the teachers union has made offering trainings more difficult, and that is unfortunate. Despite these growing pains, this change is worth it. As a kindergarten teacher myself, I can tell you I have fully immersed myself in science of reading instruction, and I have seen immense growth from my students. My students are confidently decoding CBC words and are now venturing toward more challenging concepts like decoding blends, digraphs, and even long vowels. And that's kindergarten. It's exciting. By switching the way we teach reading, we are setting up our students to be successful in life. Reading is the key to success in all other areas, and this is how we unlock the future for our students. It will be a long process, but it will be worth it. I can't wait to begin this journey toward becoming the reading teacher my students need me to be. Thank you again to the district for prioritizing science of reading training for teachers.
Thank you, Nicole. Next person to speak is Beth Barnum.
Good evening, trustees and Dr. Doyle. I know that this Unified has seen enrollment decline, and I am not sure if you are aware of Assembly Bill 659, which is referred to as AB 659, the Cancer Prevention Act. This will require all incoming 8th graders to get the HPV vax in order to attend public and private school. The HPV vax in studies has not shown to prevent or cure cancer. If this bill were to pass, I would pull my daughter from public school, and I know many families that would do the same. In 2011, Governor Brown passed a law allowing California children, thanks to Senator Tony Atkins, ages 12 and up, to receive the HPV vax without parental consent. If AB 659 were to pass, kids could literally get the HPV vax without their parents' knowledge. Specifically for the purpose of following school mandates, despite a parent's opposition to the vaccine. And I know firsthand because doctors have pushed it on children that I know. If this bill were to pass, California would be the first state to have an HPV vaccine mandate without allowing exemptions. We have already seen a decline in enrollment at the USD. I can see more families leaving. I am asking you to make families aware of this bill so they can get involved in legislation at the Capitol. I'm also asking you as a school board to reach out to, right now it's in the Health Committee for Assembly. You can contact Jim Wood and Marie Waldron. Jim Wood is the chair of that committee, and Marie Waldron, she's an Escondido. She is the vice chair. Getting a vaccine like this should not be required for school entry. It should be a choice. Thank you.
Thank you, Beth. The last person for public comment is Victor Murataya. If I say your name incorrectly, please let me know and correct me, please.
Good evening. Thank you everyone for, I guess it's my first time speaking, so thank you everyone for allowing me. I'm Victor Mateo, I'm a school counselor at Vista High School. As an English learner coming from a low income family, this is like the most that I could have ever dreamt of. To be a school counselor, serving the students that look like me, or as students that have the potential, the resources, the las ganas to go somewhere after high school. I want to help. It's frustrating though, because even though I'm here as a counselor now in this position, there are so many things that I could have never even imagined in my wildest dreams. Like, even though, again, my background, there's even more things that affect the student. And I don't know what to do. We refer students out to therapists, to Lifeline, and they're sending them back because they have these huge wait lists. And they're like, talk to your counselor, they'll handle it. Again, there's only so much we can do. We're moving away from guidance counselors, which is what most everyone grew up here in Vista, everywhere in the US, where we're basically counselors met with students. You're good to graduate, go on. You're good to graduate, go on. Now we're dealing with social emotional, which I love to do, college and career, which again, I want my students to be successful in the future. And it's not impossible, but it's very difficult when we have very qualified people that come into the district looking for the same thing that I came into. I moved from Connecticut to Vista to come because I wanted to work here. We live in Vista with my wife. We wanted to raise our kids here. But my wife had to go somewhere else to find a job as a counselor. She started in the district as an instructional assistant. She wanted to work in Vista, but because of the pay, because of everything we have to deal with our caseload numbers, she was like, no, I have to look for my mental health. And she went somewhere else. And that's the only way that we could even afford to buy a condo here in Vista also. With her income, now she makes more than me as her second year as a counselor. I'm here as a 6th year. So I'm not asking you for a raise, but I'm highly asking you to consider like giving us the resources, giving us if the pay or something to help our students and help ourselves stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. Concludes public comments. The next item on the agenda is reports from school-related organizations. The first group is the Teachers Association.
Hello, good evening. Board of Education Superintendent Dr. Doyle, student board members and council. I want to start by saying I hope you hear your counselors and how much passion they have for our students, and really listen to them, because they mirror the passion that all of my members have for our students. And I'm so excited that they came out today to speak to the board. So VTA looks forward to returning to bargaining table with VUSD on March 15th. VTA is ready to settle the contract fairly and quickly. As we have a shared interest in increasing student enrollment in a time of declining birth rates, VTA wanted to bring some information to the board members from our neighboring districts about declining enrollment, secondary schedules, and class sizes, elementary class sizes. VTA researched the districts of Carlsbad, Oceanside, San Marcos, Escondido, and Ramona. Neighboring districts seems to be hovering from 0 plus students to about 200 leaving their district. And as you know, that's not the case for VUSD. Our declining enrollment is much higher. As we look for solutions to draw students to Vista, here's some more information for y'all to compare. All of these districts have a 6-period schedule for their high schools, some following a rotating block schedule, a trimester schedule, or a 4x4 model. Escondido has an 8-period day with 43 minutes per class. Next year, Fallbrook High School will have a trimester schedule with 2 extra days on the calendar that the educators get paid for. Vista currently has the 6-period schedule with rotating block and the 4x4 model at their comprehensive high schools. Not Vista High School, but our high school schedules are similar to most of the districts mentioned, with the advantage of having student-teacher ratios at 165:1. We also have the ability to have a waiver if the school would like to have an 8-period day, thus lowering class sizes. I think we can all agree that lower class sizes are what is best for our students. Now let's look at middle schools. In most of these districts, middle schools also have a 6-period schedule. We have 8 periods and some rotating blocks in our middle schools. Educators have the ratio of 190:1 student per teacher ratio. When compared to the surrounding districts, our middle schoolers have 2 more classes a day in their middle years. And we all know that the transition from elementary school to middle is a lot, especially going from 1 teacher to 8, when many of our students are still below grade level at reading and math in their academics. In elementary, many of these districts also have lower elementary class sizes. Oceanside TK is 18:1 with an instructional assistant. K3 is 25:1 and 4-5 is 32:1. In Carlsbad, the general class size is TK to 3 is 24:1, 4-5 is 28:1, even though their contract is a K5 average of 32:1. Escondido Elementary is their 4th to 8th grade is capped at 32:1, and K3 is capped at 24:1. VUSD TK is 24:1 and 1 instructional assistant. K3 is 24:1 average, not to exceed 26. But that means that we have teachers in kindergarten through 3rd grade that have 26 students, which is higher than all the districts that I've mentioned. And these teachers only have 30 minutes of prep a week. 4-5 is a 34:1 hard cap student teacher ratio. Board, please consider the differences of class size and secondary schedules when looking to increase enrollment, and not to mention our counselors as well. Lowering the class sizes in elementary and lessening the burden for our middle school students might be a step in the right direction to drawing families to Vista, because we have the best schools. It's a better option than raising student teacher ratios and schedules in high school, because those students are still, they need the support as well. And so let's settle this contract quickly and fairly so we can tackle the real work of making Vista class sizes comparable with our surrounding districts and counselors as well. Thank you.
Thank you. The next group is the California School Employees Association, CSEA. All right, so we're having reports from CSEA or DILA. And the next item on the agenda is board member report outs. So we'll start with Trustee Kelly.
Okay, so since our last meeting, the very next day after our last meeting, Dr. Doyle, President Alvarado and I went to Sacramento and attended a day-long session with the California Suburban Schools group.
Suburban school
Districts, there we go. Which was very informative. It was a lot of budgetary, like a representative from FICMAT was in the room, and we had a panel discussion. So it was a great opportunity to hear what's coming with the governor's current budget proposal and to understand some of the proposed legislation that's in this current session. Other things that I attended were the Read Across America Day. I was invited to be a guest reader at Grapevine Elementary, which is delightful. And I guess those are my 2 highlights. I'll pass over to Trustee Morocco.
Thank you, Trustee Kelly. Yes, I also did Read Across America. I was invited to Grapevine and to Foothill Oak. And that was so much fun. Best part of the job is those little kids. I brought my paper pug books, and those were very popular. Let's see, I'm trying to think. It's been 2 weeks, but I've done stuff. I don't think we reported out at the last meeting.
No,
we did. So I'll capture some of that. I went to Roosevelt Middle School and I attended their PBIS ceremony, which was really great. What they recognized their students that are achieving attendance and grade point averages that are A or above, 3.5 and above. That was awesome. I have also almost completed all of my school visits and school tours. I have one school yet left to meet with the principal and then a couple. Well, actually, one more school tour and then I'm done. I'll have visited every school campus in the district and met with every principal, which is really exciting, very informative. And let's see, we've got the Rising Star. Is it the Rising Star breakfast? That Cipriano and I tend to go to that, and there's one Laurel that attended that. So just keeping busy, and so I will pass it off to Trustee Vargas.
Thank you very much, and it was a pleasure to participate in Read Across America. With that, I also got to be at Foothill and Big Time, so thank you for the invitation to our staff on that site. In addition, got to participate as part of career panel for a Career Fest at Roosevelt Middle School. Powerful to share our stories and once again, lessons that we can pass on to our current students. And so thank you to our counselors at Roosevelt for that invitation. In addition, we were all at the beam signing for Vista High School. Great progress there. So definitely looking forward to the grand opening when that happens in the near future. But with a lot happening, and we'll get a report today on Measure LL. And then lastly, I'll be attending the Heroes of Vista, and then I'll see some of you at the reclassification ceremony on Tuesday at Grapevine. My little niece is reclassifying as a first grader, which I'm a proud uncle, because I didn't reclassify until I was a ninth grader, so she got me beat. With that, I'll hand it over to Trustee Smithfield.
Good job. So yes, Read Across America, one of the highlights. So I got to go back to UCSD yesterday with our principals, and that was really a great meeting. It's a good one, Julie.
Very duty.
They talked a lot about how we get collaboration going and meaningful for all of our teachers and moving the needles in our school and what we need to do, which I kind of wish everybody could have heard the thing. Because it's hard to move that needle unless you're kind of focused. So it was a good day. Facilities bond, you guys, it's good to see you. Things are going well, exciting. We have walls going up at Rancho. And not only do we sign the deal, but we got to go into the building, which is this. If you get a chance to go over and see what we're doing at Vista High, anybody out there, do it. It's worth it. It's so exciting. So we keep moving along, even with the rain. They go. Sean's busy because he's out there trying to keep all our facilities from floating away. So and his crew. So yeah, I think that's it. I mean, I'll see you guys at Heroes of Vista reclassification. It's that time of year for awards, for the senior awards and all that fun stuff to come up. So
All right. And I attended DLAC last week where they had a presentation on what community schools were and got information about their school potentially applying for it and just giving a good comprehensive presentation to the families. Because I think there's a lot of confusion about what a community school means out there. And I know we've tried to get the word out, but anyhow, it was good to see parents interested and hoping that their school would apply for the funding this following year. And I just want to add on to our event where we went to Sacramento to speak to the California Suburban School District Association. And we were able to speak to staff from Senator Pro Tem Tony Atkins on budget and advocate and really talk about our needs. And so I thought that was really valuable. And next week, a lot of us will be meeting with our state assembly member or perhaps our state senators as well, advocating for things that we need, increasing the base, getting beyond the one-time funds. So the work is carrying on. We are continuing to advocate to bring much needed resources because so much of these pandemic funds are coming to an end within a year or two. And we'll need to think about what we're gonna do, how to reallocate funds if the state doesn't continue to give us funding that came as an unintended consequence of this pandemic. So I'll end with that. All right, the next item on the agenda is 9A student board member report, Rancho Buena Vista High School.
We'll have the principal come on up, Dr. Villarreal, to introduce your amazing student board member. Thank you for being here.
Good evening.
Good evening.
President Alvarado, board members. Peter Childs is our board student representative. So proud of him. His parents are teachers in our district, and he was a rising star for us. And cannot wait to hear his report. Thank you.
All right, Peter.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Up to the front. And I do have to compliment you on your suit. You look very good.
Yeah, it was a little cold last time.
Good evening, board members, student board members, and all attending tonight. My name is Peter Childs, and I am representing Rancho Buena Vista High School. I'm proud to have been a Longhorn for 4 years and a student of the Vista Unified School District for the other 8. Here is my report for this year, grounded in RBV's 3 main pillars. With our pillar on academics, I'm proud to share that 12 teachers who are primarily working with 9th grade students have been part of a federal grant. This is being funded by the U.S. Department of Education as a development and innovation grant. The Culturally Responsive Teaching for Students Equitable Achievement Program is a virtual professional development program where teachers have been participating in 2 6-hour virtual workshops and meet in small teams weekly with coaching on important strategies for more equitable education in the classroom. I also know that RBV was in the first cohort of the Equity Walks this past fall. I would like to share my recent involvement with the VUSD Equity Forums, where we were able to discuss the different concerns of RBV's student body, and I saw that RBV will certainly be in good hands when the next generation of Longhorn leaders raise their voices and rise to their inspiring potential. Our second pillar is the arts. We have so much to celebrate. We have our spring show, Singing in the Rain, that begins on Wednesday, March 15th, and runs through the 25th. This February, our advanced group of the After School Ballet Folklorico Club participated in the 6th annual Tisitosa Folklorico Festival at the California Center for the Arts in Escondido. The entire festival featured over 44 groups from throughout Southern California. Also in February, 2 of our Longhorns had the honor of performing with the California All-State Honor Band. The California All-State Honor Band is a very competitive group with hundreds of students from all over California auditioning for a select few coveted spots. They attended many workshops and were able to work one-on-one with world-renowned educators, ending the weekend with a once-in-a-lifetime concert on Sunday. To my friends in RBV's band, whose work ethic and determination knows no bounds, congratulations and thank you for representing your fellow Longhorns so well in every performance. We have been busy in postseason play for both our fall and winter athletics. I do want to share 2 highlights off the field. For the winter season, we found that of the 239 Longhorn student athletes participating in winter sports, 27 of them have a 4.0 GPA or higher, and 100% of the postseason CIF teams were academically eligible. Further contributing to our Longhorn athletes' development, our peer counseling student leaders have been facilitating presentations for all spring athletes on hazing and how to help us continue to foster our school's vision of respecting the ranch. We are excited to continue our Respect the Ranch Coaches Summit this May. This will be our 2nd year, and all coaches are invited to attend and learn about our values, inform, inspire, integrity, and inclusion. Last summer, during our inaugural summit, our cross-country and track coaches earned the Inclusion Award for providing a safe and welcoming environment for all students. Our final pillar is community. It was great to see our parents and students participate in the WASC accreditation visit that lasted from Sunday to Wednesday earlier this month. They were able to provide us an opportunity to share the great things at RBV and also how we can continue to strengthen our community. Our principal shared a community event that we are hosting on Saturday, April 15th from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. This event will be our 3rd of its kind this year, and as he put it, building bridges from our community to RBV. Lastly, as a shameless plug for one of the amazing organizations I work with at RBV, the Rancho Buena Vista Public Policy Club will be hosting a community forum on Monday, March 20th from 5:30 to 7:30 p.m. at the Civic Center, where we hope to help prevent substance abuse and give people the tools they need to respond to addiction wherever it may come up in their lives. Board members, I have already distributed flyers about these events to you, and there's some in that back corner, but there's like 12, so fight or share. As I hope I've been able to express, there are many, many great things happening at RBV, and I'm proud to be a part of that work. I'm incredibly honored to have been given the opportunity to officially represent the interests of the students and staff of RBV, whom I have come to know and love. And I will cherish my Longhorn family long after I walk across that stage in June. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Peter. And I will be attending that event on Monday. Thank you for being part of such important work, Peter. All right, the next item is 9B, health and safety updates, and we have two speakers for that, Nicole Wright.
Hello again. After 3 long years, the vast majority of the district's COVID protocol will officially be sunsetted, as the district likes to say. For the most part, the world has picked up and moved on from the pandemic. However, the district cannot simply turn the page on what it did to our students, staff, and parents over the course of the last few years. The USD locked kids out of schools. The district masked and distanced them. Children were taught to fear one another. Staff members were divided based on their vaccination status. If you weren't vaccinated, you were treated like a leper. I know from personal experience. Students were kicked out of their classroom for weeks because they couldn't access their education if they couldn't wear a mask. They were forced to miss weeks of school for even the slightest sniffle. The sense of community and connection at our schools was completely removed. The district's primary responsibility is to provide a quality education to its students, but we failed to do so during the pandemic. Although the policies are being phased out, the consequences of your decisions will have lasting effects that cannot be easily undone. We have come to a place where those who are vaccinated or not, masked or not, can coexist without any issue. We all got COVID, and as with any other virus that we pick up in public education, the vast majority of us were just fine. This means the parents and teachers who pushed back were right. There was no logical reason for the district to continue its policies that we knew were harming our students. Of course, the past is the past, and we can all pick up the pieces and do our best to move on from this, but the scars left behind from the district's decisions will last a lifetime. My hope for the future is that the district officials and board members will realize that your decisions have a profound impact on the students and families you serve. I hope you will take a moment to pause and thoroughly think through a decision before jumping on the bandwagon. Think about the consequences and the long-term effects instead of just the immediate situation. Let us learn from this experience to use common sense, even when presented with the most stressful of situations. If we learn from these mistakes to better serve our students in the future, then we can all grow from this. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person to speak is Beth Barnum.
I don't know that I will be as eloquent as Nicole. Health and safety update. There's a lot of different verbiage on this slide. I'm not sure why what the values have to do with health and safety, because I did not see that during the lockdown. One of your values, how do we behave and treat each other in pursuit of our vision? You have listed respect, trust, collaboration, equity, and kindness. Respect and kindness. I did not see this from the teachers at the first in-person board meeting. I was in line outside with teachers engaging, almost in fighting with parents with their children present, because the teachers did not want to go back in person. Then at a meeting in the fall of 2021 here, you had teachers dressed in Grim Reaper costumes. One had a sign that said, "Hey kids, want to play? Take off your mask." Implying that if they took off their mask, they would die. And there were children present. And the reason I am bringing this up is because not one of you that I am aware of, and correct me if I'm wrong, ever said that what they did was wrong. And I have a daughter in this district. Some of you on the board, Trustee Cipriano, decided you could make rules of your own. Like when I introduced myself to you at the County Board Administration Building in San Diego, and you did not have your mask on. And then a week after that, you had a board meeting here where you shut it down because one person was not wearing a mask. Rules for thee, but not for me. What it did to my daughter. She didn't want to go to school if she was sneezing with a mask on because of her allergies, because she was afraid she would be called out if she had COVID. Some of her friends didn't want to take off their masks after the mask mandate ended because they were afraid of what their peers would think of them looking at their face. One good thing, you guys had in-person learning. I appreciate that. The fear that you created in the students, I'm actually appalled. We have a limited government. The way I see this, this was done for money. We do not have a democracy. We actually have a republic. Democracy, the word is not in the Constitution, nor is it in the Declaration of Independence. And why? Because democracy is ruled by mob. A republic is ruled by the law, which is the Constitution. And apparently, you guys don't know that, because if we knew the Constitution, this lockdown would never have happened. And I looked at my daughter's history book, and there's about 4 pages of the Constitution in it, and not one place do they discuss how we are a republic and why we are a republic. And she got 1 semester of that. So no, I don't think we did a great job. And thank goodness I pulled my son from this district. Thank you.
That concludes public comment. We will move on to who's presenting, Dr. Doyle?
Rachel.
Rachel. All right.
Is this one of the amended? No, it's not.
No, that's budget.
Sorry.
No, this is not. So Rachel will be presenting tonight. This is a requirement in the state of California to annually bring forth to the board the current status of health and safety as it relates to COVID.
And although my name is not on the presentation, I know, I think enough information for our health and safety update. So as we go to. You have it?
It should be, but for some reason it's not showing.
Like I have it, but I don't think anybody else can see it.
Come on.
All right.
Just a little bit of a delay.
Yeah, so as we come out of the pandemic, we have included here our framework for the future that's newly adopted with your portraits. The next one, and also newly added to our values is kindness coming out of the pandemic. Our board goals. And so on the agenda tonight, they are the pandemic. We're going to go over the pandemic timeline, just a quick, sometimes we don't want to talk about it and go back in time, but we're going to go over that timeline briefly. The current COVID-19 requirements and some of the things that are coming out from Cal OSHA now that we're still learning about. And then also, the conversation around the triple-demic update, the COVID, the flu, and RSV, and then the current impact on Vista Unified. So the pandemic timeline, of course, March 13th, 2020, I won't go through each one of these, but these were milestones during the pandemic. We talked about when COVID testing started, the at-home test kits. We all personally, I believe, passed out those home test kits during the breaks. You go on the next one. And then on October 17th, 2022, that emergency ended. And then it was also stated that the state would not mandate the COVID-19 vaccinations for students. And then also, we were all encouraged to continue vaccines, boosters, testing, and treatment. And we still do have CDPH guidelines for the schools, and we do have Cal OSHA requirements for our employees. Now, where it did say Cal OSHA requirements, we're all attending webinars right now to learn about what those are and those impacts. So more news to come. So right now, the COVID requirements we have for students and adults. I just kind of highlighted some of that are similar and some that are a little different. For example, if you come in close contact as a student, you're encouraged to wear your mask for 10 days, whereas our adults must wear a mask for 10 days and they must test on that 3rd, 4th, and 5th day. There's a big difference there. The providing the test results, students can report, test at home and then report. Employees must have a picture, like a dated stamp of the test in order to report that. And then down at the bottom on the right, district must provide a share the air letter. We are still providing COVID notifications to anybody who is a close contact. So that's still a kind of a big impact on the district because we do notify those. We do try to make those as timely as possible, but sometimes by the time somebody's sick, they get COVID and then we notify, it can be days down the road, but we do still provide all of those letters.
Dr. could you go to the previous slide? Sure. Expected to test and report positive results. It's being negative.
For students. So if they're,
So if a student has COVID symptoms, they're expected to test for COVID and then report any positive symptoms. If it's negative, then they could say they had COVID symptoms, but it is negative.
Got it. It's not test positive to come back.
Right, not to test positive to come down.
Positive means that they have COVID.
Yes.
Yeah, they sounded like.
Well, they're expected to test if they have the symptoms and definitely report, which we've all been reporting it for COVID.
And we're still providing some of those tests.
We have quite a few tests and the county office continually provides options for that. And so I know that we're still continuing to pick
Yeah, we
those up.
have test kits, but we anticipate that the county will sunset that as well in the coming months. So we likely will not have test kits available when we arrive at the summer vacation. So we'll have some available for spring break, but it's more likely than not that will be the last amount that we'll have available.
Perfect, thank you.
And we've had them for quite a while for our employees. So if they need those, they have them at the sites extra that they can request to take home. And so this is just some information and recommendations on what they call the triple demic, the COVID, the flu and the RSV. Tips are to get vaccinated, boosted and treated. Stay home if you're sick. I see this all the time with our employees. If they don't feel good, they stay home, they test when they come back. A lot of employees and students will wear their masks. And then encouraging washing our hands and covering our cough or sneeze, and also encouraging students to stay home. And this is even prior to COVID. If your child was sick, stay home. And then that way, if they come to school and get everybody else sick, then the absences are increased.
So let me ask the question about that, along with the absences. So we encourage them to stay home. COVID, if it is, lasts 3 to 5 days, they could feel sick.
Mhm.
And then we send them a letter and say you're in trouble because you didn't send your kid to school.
So my understanding is that illness would be an excused absence, and it's the unexcused, unreported absences that would require the letter. But I'll let you, that's not my.
Yeah, so
Yeah, no, that's not what's happening.
yeah, what board member Smith was referring to is when the students, regardless of whether they're absent, reach a certain threshold.
Mhm.
The current system we have in place is to notify the parents because they're approaching chronic absenteeism levels. And we're having a conversation with our staff about that, but she's correct. When it reaches a certain number, then it would trigger a letter going to a parent.
Yeah.
Yes.
So when we encourage them to stay home, we're actually penalizing them because they kept them home. But we need to address.
Yes. We're aware.
Okay, and the last slide is just kind of the current impact on Vista Unified. There are some successes. We've had throughout this entire time testing and vaccination clinics that will be sunsetting March 15th, the clinic over at the Vic. We still are providing those, I call them, it says timely, but sometimes it's difficult to be the timely. As soon as we're notified, we get those notifications out within 24 hours. And then we are seeing fewer cases. With employees, it's really fluctuating. It just depends, increases typically after a break. And we are still experiencing shortages, hiring challenges, and then also students. There are some increased absences due to COVID.
Okay, anyone else would like to add a question or a comment for this presentation? We do not. All right, moving on.
Okay, so just.
I'm gonna write down.
Yeah, we will follow up on the point that Ms. Smithfield made and provide the board with the facts about where we are and how many students have received letters. We actually have a report, made a report for attendance, and it includes the number of letters that were sent.
Actually, I would like to add one thing. A lot of the tests that we have in storage are probably coming down to like an expiration date. So let's make sure we do an inventory and get them out anyways and just start distributing them because they're gonna expire soon if they've been in our warehouse for a while.
Yeah, and there is a lifespan after the expiration date, so we'll definitely check what those are.
Very good, all right.
Good to go?
Just one last question, Dr. Phil.
Sure.
In the case that there is more than 6 cases in one single classroom, what's the protocol then?
So the protocol, anytime there's 6 positive cases identified in the classroom, is to notify the county, and then the county gives us direction about what we should be doing. And there have been very few instances of that, but it's possible. But our protocol is to notify the county health agency, not the county office of ed, and then that agency gives us protocols that we need to follow. Perfect.
Okay, perfect. The next item on the agenda is 9C, Measure LL Facility bond micro workshop.
All right, so this workshop slide deck is a little bit larger micro, because we needed to add a couple elements that we felt were necessary at the mid-year mark as it relates to our program, Measure LL, and all the impacts of the lease back agreements and the possible use of other agencies when you assign contracts to them. Before we get there, though, I wanted Amy to give a really quick update, if you're able to hear us, Amy, on the current budget situation. Are you there, Amy?
I'm here.
Okay, there you go. Can you see the slide, or do I need to share it for you?
If you want to share the screen, I can talk from the screen.
There we go. I think we're
Okay.
ready.
Okay, so overall, on the left-hand side, listing all the projects that are current in phase 1 and phase 2. That middle section, the project estimate phase, we have no changes this month. So overall, with our projects that have already been bid and the 2 projects that we currently are in the ROM status, we're sitting at about $209 million. And then on the right-hand side, we get into how we're spending the funds. So to date, we have issued legal commitments against all of these projects of $118 million as of February 28th. To date, we have paid expenses of $66.7 million against those legal commitments. And that leaves a remainder of $51.3 million left to be paid on those commitments or purchase orders. It's important to note next month, we should have final cost true ups of our recently completed projects. So you see in that far right column, those are the pluses and the minuses of how we've completed those projects. And so we're in the process of reconciling Rancho Minerva, Lake, and Madison. And so we'll have an update hopefully next month on the budget status of those projects.
Any questions on the budget aspect of it?
Yes.
Peter?
I see a listing for the Rancho Buena Vista High School new classroom building. But those numbers seem a bit low for a building. So I'm wondering if that project has been discontinued or if it's still going through, but the funds are not where they need to be at the moment.
Amy, did you hear that question?
So the new classroom building, is that the question?
Yes.
Yes. So that $7,000 was for an initial architect work. That is a project that was currently slated in a later phase. So the work on that project has not yet begun.
Thank you.
All right. So one of the, we have Dr. Loescher here, and one of the things that I asked Dr. Loescher and Grace to prepare is a summary of some of the elements of the work that we're doing across a variety of different projects. Most importantly, the connection of the work being done and the project labor agreement. So that's why we have many more slides in this, because we wanted to make sure the board was fully informed with our current status. And the reason for that is some of our projects that utilize the PLA, the project labor agreement, have been completed. And so what we're going to share with you tonight is information on the projects that have been completed. Please note that there are projects that are still in play. We can't report on that at this point in time. So we felt that it was necessary to add additional slides tonight, so you have that information. So Dr. Loescher and Grace, thank you for the work you've done. And I believe we have our project labor agreement specialist here as well. So I'll let Dr. Loescher kick it off and then we can jump into it.
Thank you very much, Dr. Doyle, President Alvarado, members of the board. We're pleased to be reporting back to you tonight on some of the issues around Metro LL. Before we get into a discussion about project labor agreements and some of the knowledge that goes along with that, including walking through what lease back is, what the project labor agreement requirements are, what public works and prevailing wages are, and these detailed subjects that are outlined inside of government code or inside of public contracting code. We do want to give you a quick overview of a few action items that are a little bit later on the agenda, and that has to do with our inspectors of record and our lab of record. And Grace is going to be joining me to talk a bit here about what our inspectors of record do and what our lab of record do. Now, regarding the changes that you're going to see in the budget for these inspectors, these may look considerable given the initial budget. What we want to assure the board is that these are due to construction delays, some of them regarding companies that went bankrupt, where we're going after their surety company, that's their bonding agency. So while we have to increase the amount for these inspectors of record, we plan to charge these back to the surety or to the contractor. Now, the question may come up, why don't you just charge this to the contractor? That would be a conflict of interest. The inspector of records work for us. They can't receive money from the surety company or from anybody else. That would create the perception that they're being paid by somebody else and that they are reporting to them for that inspection. So that's the basis of this. So I'd like to invite Grace to come up as our knowledgeable guru on all of these subjects to walk us and serve us through what does the inspector do. We've covered this slide before, but just as an overview, what they do, and then where you will see those increases. Grace, let me turn it over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Loescher. So as Dr. Loescher mentioned, our school district is required to hire a full-time inspector to be on the project to ensure that the project is being constructed per code. And this is something that we're mandated to pay for. And as Dr. Loescher had mentioned, because the district is mandated to pay for these services, you don't want the contractor to pay the inspector, because that is like the wolf watching the hen house, right? So this is how you make sure that everybody's above board. And under the inspector of record, you have special inspections, and special inspections are for specific items. The general every day-to-day is the inspector of record. Special inspectors come in when you have particular things like concrete pours. You have special inspectors that specifically know the water ratio mix that goes into that concrete, just like when you're baking a cake. You may want to make sure that the ingredients are correct. That way, when it sets and rises correctly. Same thing with concrete. Same thing with the steel, structural steel. Not everyone is a specialized inspector to make sure that whatever is being installed meets code, plans and specs, and is approved by the building inspector. Any other questions? Okay.
We want to include in here as we cover these. Again, these are the amounts that you'll see increase. The primary issues at play, again, are that we saw a steel contractor go out of business, or a manufacturer go out of business. That has had significant implications to inspection schedules, including having to spend special inspectors out of town to look for things. We also know that we hold our general contractors to the highest of standards and accountability regarding safety. And if work is not done correctly, it will be redone correctly. And when that has to require reinspection, we bill that back to them as well. So those are the basis for these increases in numbers. You're seeing the first one regarding Vista High School. And as we work through our slide deck, you will see the additional amounts as we go through. That again, we need to come back as a budgetary item, increase, so we can pay the inspectors and then charge it back. Same goes for Rancho Buena Vista High School for the CTE project, which again incurred some delays due to these circumstances. And we're seeing where those increases would be that are to be charged back to the general contractor.
Dr. Lewis, just as a point of reference, so we don't go too fast for the board members. There's actually two costs associated with RBB. One is glucose inspection, the other is NV5. So take maybe 15 seconds. I mean, just so they're clear, there's a reason why there are two.
Grace, I'll go ahead and turn it back over to you for NV5. Good.
Yes, so you have the overall general inspector of record on the projects, which is what was on the first slide. And that general inspector is Blue Coast Inspections. And then the special inspection company is NV5 that has the specific for concrete, for steel, for concrete masonry unit. And that's the difference. And so just as a point to note too, this is a projected amount based on the contract, the general contractor's guesstimate of how much longer the project's gonna go. And so the rate that they originally gave to us as a proposal in the very beginning of this project is based off of that. So it hasn't changed, they stuck to the rate. And also they're only going to be charging when they do come out. So it is possible that we're not going to use the full amount, but we should account for the time frame according to the schedule that the general contractor says it's going to push out to.
For specifics, for example, for NV5, if we would need to scan a wall at length and at depth to make sure it was constructed correctly, that would be something that they would have taken on a substantial amount of additional work that we then would be billing back to the general contractor, given the findings of the inspection. All right, now on to the second part of what's here. First, we're going to ask Grace to walk us through some of the specifics of the levels of expertise regarding these pertinent topics to talking about PLAs. And then in the second portion this evening, we've been asked to report back on the PLAs. Now, I'm a mixed methods researcher. That's my background. And what mixed methods research tells us is quantitative data tells us what happened, but it doesn't tell us why it happened. And what we're going to be presenting you is with some information. Did we meet goals or not meet goals? Now, that will be something that will be based upon goals outlined, but it's not going to tell the story of why. For the story of why we would have to dialogue and interact, and we can speculate on some of these items. So we're going to walk through each one, then we will go through and look at the completed project reports to date, what we were able to ascertain, what we were not able to ascertain, and what we are looking to do next in terms of answering some of the questions that the board has asked, including, does it cost more? Is it not costing more? And where we're trying to ascertain that, which is not necessarily found in these reports. So why don't we go ahead and kick it off with our experts.
So basically taking our memoranda of understanding, these were pretty much at a high level what the goals were. I wanted to introduce Brent Bishop with GAPCON. He is mandated, if you see the second bullet, under a PLA contract, we're mandated to hire a project order coordinator. So Brent, you want to explain what you do for us?
So I've talked before, excuse me, a previous board talked about local hire, and the main thing for local hire, just want to make sure that the PLA differentiates between district residents and local hire for San Diego County residents, and then of course there's other residents that are accounted for local hire. The main thing for PLA projects, which agencies like you or districts, they want to pass, they want to make sure that the money stays local. So they put in certain goals so that they have certain percentages that they want to make sure that district residents work on the project. For this particular PLA, there's 3 tiers. There's a tier 1, which is district residents, tier 2, which is North County residents, and then the tier 3, which is kind of basically a San Diego County resident goal. And what we've seen on the projects is that most of the PLA projects, they're not high in construction value. So the main project, I would say they might be, I think the highest one that we've had so far, other than Vista Middle School, I think it was around maybe $1.9 million, I think. They're 2 million possibly the most. So that could be one of the reasons, but we've had really good luck with the goals for Lake Elementary School and for the Madison Middle School, or was it Madison Elementary? Madison Middle School PLA projects. They both met and exceeded the tier 1 and tier 2 goals, which that's really good for a PLA.
Dr. Doyle, would you please, or should we look at those slides with the color?
Or you want me to just go through this and we can look at it later?
Talking about
Yeah, I think the purpose of the slide is just, is there anything else in these that you wanted to explain before we get to the data?
Skill and
We can go
train.
into the data if you want.
Skill and train, usually with the PLA, the reasons why people go to project labor agreements is supposedly a skilled workforce is going to be working on the project. Pretty much journeyman workers, apprentice workers from union, joint apprenticeship training committees. And of course, non-union contractors, they could use part of their core employees if they qualify under the core employee requirements for a project labor agreement. And then, of course, for non-union contractors, they get referred workers from the union hiring halls if needed, apprentices and or journeymen.
So can I take this real quick? Yeah. So the only reason why, because, you know, there's some background here that, Brent, it has not been a part of, is our district has been utilizing the lease-leaseback contract and delivery system. That's the reason why this is here. Our projects right now are lease-leaseback projects. And even though there's a layer of PLA on some of our projects that were identified, the only reason why we really brought this forward is that lease-leaseback, you have baked in apprenticeship. have baked in skilled workers.
Yeah,
into their
for-
contracting.
For lease back projects, especially K through 12, there's a requirement to use skilled and trained, which is skilled and trained requirements are set by the Department of Industrial Relations and the Division of Labor Standards Enforcement. And what they do is they have to have a certain amount of graduates, apprentice graduates, which would be people that have graduated from state approved apprentice programs. There's certain percentages for each work classification that works on a project. So there's laborers, there's carpenters, there's cement masons. Each one of those has a different percentage that the contractor has to hit. And right now for 2022, the highest is 60%. But there are grandfathered in certain work classifications that are 30% throughout the whole project. And it only applies to apprenticeable crafts. There are a few crafts that are out on the job sites that aren't apprenticeable. But what happens with skilled and trained requirements for leaseback project is they put in that skilled and trained requirement. So all contractors have to submit a monthly report showing that they either met or didn't meet the skilled and trained requirements for their particular work classifications that they're using on site. If they didn't meet the goals, they submit a plan of action of how they're gonna, like possibly the next month, we're gonna try to get more apprentice, or we're gonna try to get journeyman, or we're gonna send our workers that haven't gone through apprentice program, we're gonna put them through apprenticeship program, so they will count for that apprenticeship goal. It is, I don't wanna get into too much with the skilled and trained, but it is 150%. They do hold payment if they don't submit the monthly plan or monthly reports. Contractors, the district and or the contract has to hold 150% of their progress payment until they submit the plan or submit their monthly report and submit the plan. So what they do is usually if they didn't meet the goal, they'll submit a plan and kind of go into talking about why they didn't submit it, and the district releases the money. But that has nothing to do with the state of California. They might be penalized by the state for not reaching the goals and stuff like that. So that's pretty much what a skill and train, at least these back projects are.
Thank you. Thank you. So actually, Dr. Doyle, can you go back to slide number 13? So we basically were honing in on the goals that our district wanted to reach, right? In terms of local hire, encouraging all of that, apprenticeship, of course, skilled labor, veteran, small business, minority owned, all at quality performance, safe working conditions, all the basic things that you want to make sure, and efficient, timely completion and project cost containment, right? And so this basically is just showing that the contracting delivery system that we're using meets pretty much all of these. It's baked in. That's the big tell in terms of, go to the next slide, right? Exactly. So the lease-back contracting system also delivered all of these things. And in general, when you have a pool of general contractors, typically they would like to work with people, subcontractors that have proven follow through on performance, right? Providing the skilled workers, because you are mandated to have skilled and trained workforce under the lease-back contracting system. So, all the goals that we're looking for, you're finding it in our lease-back contracting system with or without the PLA layer. Does that make sense? Yeah. Any questions? Hope that makes sense.
But I don't know. Mine is from kind of the background knowledge for a little bit that I have, and then reading through this, so I do have a couple questions, but I'm not sure when I plan.
You can ask them anytime.
Okay. So, I think when we went out to get, I'm not gonna use the words right, when we went out to get people in to bid on projects, the projects we had left that could go to PLA were smaller. I think I also remember from the facilities committee, a conversation that said that most contractors didn't want to bid them. And so we had to combine like DMMS, Lake and Madison's projects and present them as one in order to get one PLA project, right? Are you following me?
That was Lake and Madison, I believe.
Yeah,
But that,
go ahead, Grace, you can answer.
So technically, all of the projects were their own contract. Right. But in terms of getting a general contractor to do the work, there was one contractor that managed all of the projects.
So we kind of had to put that forward because there were contractors that wanted them, correct? I thought I remember the reason that that one contractor took them and put them all together was, yeah. So we kind of had to do that in order to get the jobs done.
Yeah, so the general contractor, who we utilize on these projects, they had to do a lot of legwork, phone calls. And basically dive into every single subcontractor that they knew to solicit bids from them to do these projects. And yes, they ended up having to combine so for example, if you were to build, this room is made of so many pieces and parts. And usually the best price is if you break out who's gonna do the ceiling tile, who's gonna do the lights, who's gonna do the carpet, who's gonna do the wall. But if you have those individual subcontractors not willing to do a project, you may have one person, so let's say Child's Construction. Child's Construction says, you know what, I'll do this project and I'll hire them under me because I'm willing to do it with the PLA obligations. Does that make sense? So that's what ended up happening on these projects.
And originally, like the first project for that was the backway pathway between Madison and Lake.
Correct.
Which was a bigger project with the bigger chunk, and then we had to go back to the community, get feedback and.
Yes, and it was modified.
Was modified, yes.
Yeah, but I think what I was trying to understand in my mind was, we did the PLA, we ran into an issue, we only found one person that was willing to do that, to be able to go dig, even though all the same rules are for our lease back too. So it
Correct.
did kind of.
Limit
It
the
was a
amount
little
of people bidding.
sabotaging it.
It's
I said that, you didn't say that, okay?
it's just a limited amount of subcontractors bidding the projects.
Well, another way to think about it is, if the projects are small in scope and there's a PLA, you're eliminating it twice.
Yes.
Because it's small in scope, so the bigger contractors aren't gonna bid for it because they're gonna go for the larger projects.
Correct.
And the only contractors that can operate in a PLA environment can apply for it. So I think that's the
Yes.
point.
Yeah,
that you-
Well, no, the point would be then even after we put them together, we still only had one contractor that was willing to
Yeah.
take on the job.
So that's why when you see, when you see the next few slides with the rating, the color coding, that explains the bid coverage. And, yeah. But the other reason why we wanted to bring Public Works prevailing wage and certified payroll is that it's baked in to the leases back contracting system. It's actually baked into all the contracting system for any public works. And then basically, what the projects of 30,000 or more, right, have to comply with everybody being paid the right rates. Public works.
Apprenticeship.
Yeah. And then this is just diving again, more background, and as you see, there's a second bullet point in terms of skilled and trained workforce, which is what Brent had covered before, of skilled labor on projects, because we're after people who are qualified to build our projects. And lease back delivery system is a mandate to have skilled labor. And then this is what Brent was talking about, in terms of the percentages for each type of craft. And this is already baked into the government law. You want to do this, right?
Yeah, kind of what I mentioned is there's certain percentages for each work classification, like 30%. Acoustical installers, bricklayers, carpenters and others. And then for everything else, it was 50%, and then now 60% for everybody. It's not gonna increase, at least now. There's nothing that's been passed that I know that's gonna increase over 60%. So that just means that if you work on a project and you have an apprenticeable craft and you're not the 30%, everybody that works on that project has to have, or the graduates. Yeah, anybody can work on the project, but you have to have 60% of apprenticeship graduates that have graduated from either a state approved apprentice program or a Department of Labor program or another state's apprentice program. And that's how we calculate the percentages, and of course, talking about the monthly reports, and then, holding money and plans if needed to be submitted, stuff like that.
All right. This is our next section, really going over, and what we're going take you for before we go in and look at each report is, you know, what are the rating definitions? So again, apprenticeship, please note that this is a term that we don't want confused. We're talking about apprenticeship in the state of California with a capital A, which is a legal apprenticeship, state-approved program that prepares highly skilled workers for specific types of construction, masonry, plumbers, et cetera. For local hire, the categories were alumni district goals, North County, and then the additional all project workforce locations of residents. For veteran minority women-owned businesses, these would be on the subcontractors or material suppliers that were being looked at. In terms of quality of performance, what we're talking about really is rework. How many errors were made and why might those errors have been made? And that's again, that's something it's not enough to just say, yes, errors were made. The question becomes, why might those errors have been made? And then bid coverage again is how many people bid on the project? Is this a low number of people bidding? Is it an average number? Is it a high number of people? What we tried to do was to create an executive summary overview on the front page of each report. Each detailed report is about 5 pages deep that we've shared out. You can find those linked through this item as well for members of the public. But we tried to break it down into saying on the executive summary, did we do good? Were we fair? Or did we just not meet the goal at all? And that is sort of an overview of where we are. So why don't we step through with each report to see how we're doing? Tracy, you want to walk us through the first one?
Yeah, so I'll take the project scope and the GMP amount, final amount, the events, and then Brett can step in to answer any questions in terms of the apprenticeship percentages and all that kind of stuff in terms of on the right-hand side. So in a nutshell, Lake, yes, was a project that was supposed to be a pedestrian project, but then afterwards, I think there was a meeting in the city and they were supposed to take care of all that. And then the board reassessed what was needed at that site. And what came out of it was that a student restroom was needed at that site, sorely needed. And so in conjunction with putting a restroom over there, you have to make sure you have ADA compliance access. So it's not just putting a restroom, it's also the things around it to get to it access. Hence, we had other things that we needed to add. And so the contract for this one was 1.158 and change. And then it came out to the final contract of 1.1 million and change, right? And the unforeseen things that happened on this one, we've reported in the past, is that after we moved a restroom relocatable from another site, we did just to make sure we were, making sure that everything was up to par. We did additional investigations and discovered that it wasn't up to the standards. But however, the restroom relocatable is under the facilities project, and that project's going to be coming online pretty soon.
Yeah, the restroom is slated to arrive towards the end of spring break and be installed. So in this case, when we go to look at the amount, the question was, did it come in under because of the PLA or not because of PLA? And the answer is it came in under, and it has nothing to do with PLA status whatsoever. It has to do with changes. So.
Right. And then our district also added some things because, when you are on the project and you see that there are some things that you can upgrade that will help with the ADA compliance, because in that area, that plot of relocatable classrooms close to the track, there was some asphalt areas that could have been extended, and we did do that to make it a better, safer, and minimize the amount of dirt and mud that could populate in front of where this relocatable is going to be.
And if we look down on the goals, again, we tried to come up with a fairly simplified rating system for the executive report. So we did list the actual amounts of apprenticeship when it comes to local hire, and we have Brent here to answer specific questions. What we said on local hire is if we met 3 of the 3 sub goals, that was meeting the goal. If we met 2, if it was fair. If we were not meeting more than 1, that was poor. In looking at veteran minority women-owned businesses, we have that data for you. For quality of performance, in this particular one, asking about why it did not meet a green status or goal, we actually had a contractor come in for contracting for a ramp. And the ramp was not correctly organized for the workers that needed to be there and how they should be interacting with each other. And it was of such poor quality that the entire ramp had to be ripped out and reinstalled at their expense. And redone from scratch. That is the rework that is saying that we did not get into the green. And then for bid coverage, we did not see a large number of people bidding underneath. So we're here to answer any questions that you may have on this particular report.
And actually, before we do that, Brent, can you explain the apprenticeship?
Well, the apprenticeship for this is usually for a public works project, you want to have around 20% apprenticeship usage, which means for every 5 hours of journeyman work, you want to have at least 1 hour of apprentice work. So it's average is about 20%. But for PLA projects, depending on how the PLA is written, it definitely limits the apprentices. So for PLA projects, most of the time they have to come from joint apprenticeship committees or joint apprenticeship training committees, which are union-based apprentice programs. So, and it just depends on if they have apprentices on staff they're going to use, or if they need to refer apprentices. Sometimes contractors already have the people that they're going to use on staff. They're just going to do it, get it done. They don't need to use apprentices on site. So that could be a reason why it's low. But other than that, they do make good faith effort to use apprentices because the trades know that eventually a lot of the journeymen are going to be leaving the trades within the next few years. So we got to make sure we get those apprentices, their experience to move up through their periods and levels to become journeymen to take over for the process leaving eventually.
But all of them met the PLA requirements of, there was the 60% for work performed.
That skilled and trained doesn't apply for PLA projects.
Oh, gotcha.
That's only for the lease back projects that you have currently for the districts. That would be the skilled and trained requirement. That's a totally different subject and animal compared to a PLA project. So PLA, there are certain percentages in the PLA, like the 5% district goal and the 20% North County goal. But it is a little bit different for lease back and skilled and trained compared to PLA.
Now, recall in a previous interaction, trustee Vargas had let us know coming down the pipe, we wanted to also start to put together reports on projects that weren't PLA, just lease back. And that would be reported in that functionality. What we tried to do here and being asked to report on the PLA was to use the actual PLA goals as the benchmark rather than using the lease back requirements as the benchmark. Okay.
We're gonna move on.
There was one other area in the PLA, which was the USD graduates. So not sure where.
That was our district goal.
Which goes, any type of veteran or district graduate goes to the district goal, the tier 1 goal, but we didn't have any. The only person we had that was a district graduate, or no, we didn't have any district graduates working on the project. We had one veteran that actually worked on the project, and that was a small sign company for, I believe, Lake Elementary School.
Pardon me. It's 8 o'clock, student board members, so if you guys would like to leave, you're excused, but if you'd like to stay and listen and learn, whatever you guys feel you need to do, because I know you have homework. Okay. Sorry, Trustee Vargas, I know it's late. We'll make sure they get their rest.
Thank you, student board member.
Thank you.
My next question is on bid coverage and maybe related to what Trustee Smith was asking. So part of like and this is an all big project, so, but I'm asking it here. So what could help with that is bigger projects with. Okay.
Yeah, that is absolutely correct. It could be that on bigger projects, that you could see different bid coverage. I think there are some areas here that may help the board in its considerations for PLAs. One of them is that typically on PLAs, our partners on the PLA, the trades, are to help promote many of these items. However, we know in working with other districts that are districts that have every project being PLA, or the vast majority of projects being PLA, they, in order to meet bid coverage and these local hire goals and the minority-owned business goals, they have to hire full-time staffs internal for just public outreach, just to try and get those goals. But what's been deemed by the board in those cases to be a priority and important. So, those would be worth a deeper dive, but not inside of the scope of this report.
Yeah, and then the other information that would be useful is out of that 5% or the actual 8%. How much of that $1 million went into salary for people within that area? And Brett, I think you have those on.
It is in the separated out local hire report. It kind of differentiates how much money is for the different zip codes for the tier 1, tier 2 and journeyman and apprentices.
Perfect, because Dr. That'd be good for the community to know, like, local tax money going back to families in Vista.
Was that on the website, Dr. Doyle?
Well, we can post that data. I don't think that data is on the website.
No, that is not a.
We would have to contextualize it when it goes on to the website, but we can provide that.
Perfect.
It's on the, like, yes, project report.
It's embedded in the report. With the zip codes and such, is that what you're referring to, trustee Vargas? Yeah, it's embedded in the report on the link. So it can be accessed.
Yeah. If we post on the website, we'll put some context around it. So you could find it because it would be difficult for someone who doesn't understand context.
Yeah.
All right, we ready to move on to the next schools?
Yes.
Very good, Madison.
All right, Chris, go and walk us through and we can talk about the final contracted amount and what we've signed on this project, and then we can run through the numbers and what the report out is.
So Madison also used to be part of the conjunction of a pedestrian path between Lake and Madison. And then again, the city was gonna take care of that. And so the board decided to find out what they needed. And what came out of it is, at the 500 wing, it's really hot back there, outdoor learning. Is basically putting fabric shade structures over there. And this project came in under. But the unforeseen events is that there are footing details in the plans that needed to be revised. Sometimes that happens in order to make sure that you build it right. If you change any details, because it's structural, you need to go through and run it by the Division of State Architect for approval. And then in a nutshell over here, you can see on the right-hand side is green. It did very well on the apprenticeship because typically districts want to have a 20% goal, and this one came in at 4. Brent, you want to keep talking on that?
Yeah, and 5% goal, as you can see, it was 13.42, so that was really good. And then, of course, they exceeded the North County goal of almost 22%. The San Diego County goal was a little low, but I think that had to do with like the amount of workers that worked on the project, but it's nice to have at least the first 2 tiers covered, because like Dr. Doyle said, and everyone want to make sure that since the bond was passed, want to make sure that the people have opportunities to work on the project that are local and voted for the bond.
So here again, 2 out of the 3 indicators for local hire were met, not 3 out of 3. And then as we get down, we see we met the goals for the next 2 items. But again, bid coverage we found on this project was very, for reasons that could be what we've already discussed.
Very specialized.
This was highly specialized.
The scope.
Any questions on Madison?
No.
Okay, moving on, right, Bernard?
Rancho Minerva basically extended also and changed to a lot of shade structure. And it's a combination of both fabric as well as hardtop. And so in the central quad is the hardtop that's closest to the lunch shelter area. And then in the educational quads, in those quads amongst all of the buildings, for the classroom buildings, is where the fabric shade went. And our CDOC had our meeting over there, and if you haven't walked that project after it's completed, let us know, we'll walk it. This project came in over, and the reason being is because there were ads, and this became a test pilot project for the district landscaping.
So we'll go a little bit after we go into what this report informs us on, but also this is a project that is going into more analysis. And the reason for that is what Grace just brought up. Did the amount go over? Yes, we want to emphasize this. That is not because of PLA. As because the scope changed within the work. So the evidence does not suggest here one way or the other about PLA and cost. We changed the scope of work. For a variety of reasons, including increasing outdoor learning spaces and looking at some things that occurred along the way. and looking at some of the conditions and the unforeseen conditions. So that did in fact increase. Now, if we go and walk Rancho Minerva right now, we're going to see that this is also the test site for the new overview and master plan for grounds. So what we do right now is we use a design thinking methodology and approach with all of our operational service center groups. And they go through a scientific testing process. They prototype different things in different ways. And then if it gets to a certain level, they get to test. And Rancho Minerva is our test for the new landscaping ground requirements, which includes degenerated granite and also native plants. So that decreases flooding. You'll see part of the campus is done, part of it isn't. So that way you have to test and to control. And the test, as I think the photos from Dr. Doyle and I in our district flooding tour evidence is that there are areas that accumulate water and those that don't. So there were all of those amounts up there, but this also gives us a place where we can dive in a little bit deeper onto costs. That's because when we determined we could run this test, we discussed whether it would be appropriate inside of this project to have them work on the tests. And the determination was it wouldn't be appropriate because it fell outside the scope of the project. However, this general contractor did give us an estimate for what it would cost for a PLA to do that work. And now we're getting all of the final reports of how much it costs to do that work, not inside that project. So that's where we're going to go for our next cost analysis. That will be the first time that we're able to have a comparison of some kind of this was the estimated cost for doing it PLA. Here's what it actually costs afterwards. So why don't we go ahead and walk through where we did well and then the areas where we did not meet the standards we were hoping to meet.
Looks like the apprenticeship was really good, a little over 25%, so that was good to get those apprentices out there. The district goal was a little bit low. I noticed there was a few contractors that were out of the area that used mainly their staff that they had in place. They know what they could do. They have know what their skilled workers can do. The North County goal was a little bit over the 20%, so that was another positive. And then, of course, the San Diego County goal of 80% was a little bit lower, 31%. But I think a lot of it has to do with workforce and how people use their workers on staff and stuff like that. But there's other avenues to let the contractors know how to pump up those numbers.
So again, as we go through for the local hire numbers, we only met one indicator, just about 1 percentage point for Norris County. So that gave us the rating of poor because we did not get to a 2 of 3 or 3 of 3 indicator. Veteran minority owned businesses, we did not meet quality of performance. They did an exceptional job on all work there, very few errors and rework of any kind. But the same continuing trend that we see in this report is we did find very low bid coverage on all.
And Brent, on these metrics where we are for, I guess more from the local hire, on the accountability, is that you going to the trade or?
What we do is we have monthly labor meetings that we have our local hire reports that we talk about, like, hey, I would go through the local hire and I was like, well, you got district goals a little low, we gotta get those district workers out there to tell your contractors, but it's kind of hard since they're already on the project. The district reps, like, unless they're gonna need a referred worker, the unions are they have to pretty much abide by the contractors, but they do, like, contractors out of the area, they do have agreements with local unions to use like their workers also, but smaller projects, they kind of is a little bit different on those, but we do discuss those at the local hire, monthly local hire meetings, monthly labor meetings, just to let them know, like, hey, we gotta get the apprentices up, we gotta get those local district workers up and stuff like that. So it kind of just puts it in there, and I definitely repeat it all the time. I'm sure they're sick of me telling them that, but it's part of the PLAs. We want to make sure we get those district workers out there working on the project, like I mentioned, because that's who voted on it. And we want to make sure we keep that money local for the residents that are working on the project.
So you're repeating yourself, but are they listening?
It depends. Most of the time they do listen, but I think a lot of the times the contractors have their staff, unless they need a referred worker, they kind of go, they'll refer district residents if they're available. They have got a lot of good referrals for the district residents and for just regular San Diego County residents, but it depends on who wants to be referred out. So it is kind of a give and take, but I kind of just keep it in their ear so they try to understand what the requirements are and how important it is to get those district residents out there working on projects.
It's also really tough, and this is where you have a lot of people aging out, right? And we need more people to come into this industry. And hence, our career tech educational programs of trying to raise the next generation will help.
Anything else on this slide? Ready to move on? Okay, we're almost finished.
So this is just basically bringing back to the memory of what the memorandum of understanding that's currently in place, the PLA agreement that we have, which projects that were identified. It was the pedestrian access between Lake and Elementary and Madison that was revisited later. Vista Innovation Design Academy Phase 1 and Phase 2, and I'll explain that more later down on the last bullet. The Vista Magnet Middle School and Rancho Minerva. And so the completed projects, the lake and the restroom, that's what it morphed into. And then the Madison Shade is also what it morphed into. So it became 2 projects instead of one connecting the 2. And then Rancho Minerva was the Shade project. So those are the 3 that we finished. And then the project in progress right now is you're driving by Civic Center Drive, and hopefully you heard the cheers with the columns going up. It was an exciting day today. Vista Magnet front entry is in progress. So when that's done, we will also provide a report to you. PLA project and planning. So the Vita, and Sean, you can jump in anytime. So originally it was on the bond projects that were identified back in 2016, 2018. It was supposed to be drinking fountains, demolishing portables, replace the gas main, sewer and water. And Sean, you want to give an update on what's happened on that, on Vita?
Sure, the first update I had is that when I interviewed here at Vista, Dr. Doyle told me I would be talking about sewers more often than I would like to.
Was that right?
And he was not only wholeheartedly accurate, it's become a point that will not escape my mind. In the case of Vita, the number of times that the sewer had collapsed had led to a situation where we would have preferred to have done this inside of a Measure LL project. But even prior to my arrival, we had a series of projects for emergency repairs. So that is there as well. And that's the same on a number of these items. At this juncture, what we're doing is reassessing inside of the long-range facility master plan and other elements, how this gets phased through. So this is not off the radar. It's just some of the items became eminent fire life safety issues that had to be dealt with in other ways. And the rest of it is something that we're looking at in the long-range facility master plan. And once we have that completed, we're ready to have another discussion about how that might be refaced.
So we have consent items later on, and so we already talked about the Vista High inspector of record contract, the special inspections also increase in that, and the same thing for RBD, CTE, for the general inspector of record and the special inspector. And then we also have a no-cost change order to basically, we already have the money allocated, but we named it, gave it a name. And so we've identified that we don't need the baseball netting allowance because it'll be done under district facilities. But this is to free up the cost of the allowance and the contingency that's been allotted to be utilized for unforeseen items that come up on projects. And as you know, we're working on existing campuses, and you can only guesstimate so much what you're gonna find, and if it ends up being over, and you have monies you can rename and use that money that's already built into the project, that's what we're requesting for, is renaming, but using the same amount of money. That's the case.
All right, then we captured your feedback, so we'll make sure we add that to the slide. Any other questions? Ready to, all right, I'll hand it back to President, and move on.
Thank you. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is the consent calendar. Agenda items 10 through 15, all matters listed on the consent calendar are considered by the board to be routine and will be enacted by the board in one motion in the form listed below. There will be no discussion on these items prior to the time the board votes on the motion unless members of the board, the staff, or the public request that specific items be discussed and or removed from the consent calendar. The superintendent and staff recommend approval of all consent calendar items.
And that's through 15.
Excuse me?
15. It doesn't include 16.
I didn't say, I said 10 through 15.
I just want to verify.
Yeah, 16 would be action items. So it does not include action items.
Yeah, 10 through 15. All right. Do I have a motion?
Yes, I make a motion that we approve the consent calendar items 10 through 15.
So moved.
All second.
Seconded by trustee Vargas. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries 5-0. Next item on the agenda is 16A, approve the second interim budget report. We have Ms. Shackle. Yeah, no.
So we find ourselves in a little bit past the middle of the year, and so this is the time of the year where we have our chief business officer talked a little bit about where we are with our budget. If you remember in December, we did our first interim report. This is our second interim report as we look toward June, when ultimately you'll be having a conversation and hopefully approving the budget we're recommending for next year. So Amy, are you ready to go?
I am. Can you hear me?
We can hear you just fine.
All right, perfect. Thank you, Dr. Doyle. Tonight I'm here to present an overview of our second interim report that is due to the state by March 15th. Before I begin, I would like to point out that we do have a revision to the presentation. You'll note on the cover sheet, there is a text box in red that explains the slides that have revisions. So slides 5, 6, and 9, there is a new percentage calc. In slide 3, there is just a tiny rounding update that you'll see when we get to that slide. So I will first begin with a brief overview of the governor's proposed budget from January. There's not been a lot of change since then due to the legislature is still in development of their proposals for the 23-24 budget. And then I will review changes to our current year revenues and expenditures. And then lastly, an update on our multi-year projection based on the governor's January proposal. As a reminder, the second interim report reflects the district's financials as of January 31st and a projection to the end of the year, and also includes a projection for the next 2 years. We must submit the presentation and the board approved certification by March 15th of each year. I've included the definitions of the 3 types of certifications for your reference. The staff is recommending that we maintain our positive certification. The governor's proposal does assume a higher COLA of 8.13% next year from the original budgeted at 5.38%. It's also important to note that while the COLA has increased due to inflation, that also means that our expenses have also increased because of that inflation. And then you'll also note that we do have a slight increase to our rolling 3-year average for our UPP percentage, our unduplicated pupils, going from 67.13 to 67.49. That 9 used to be an 8, so that's the slight rounding change. And then our current year is 66.12%. So moving on to slide 4. As I mentioned, it does, we are including the COLA of 8.13%. It is important to note that the governor is proposing to pay part of the increase of that COLA from one-time funds of approximately $1.4 billion. The total cost of the proposed COLA is $4.7 billion. It's also important to note that as of January, revenue collections at the state level are currently a little bit over $3 billion below what the governor had included in his proposed budget for the current year. And that is due to corporate tax and personal tax collections. So this is something that everyone is going to be monitoring over the next few months due to the extension of the federal income tax and property tax collections for those counties that were significantly impacted by the winter storms. There were 41 of the 58 counties that were approved for that extension. It's going to cause a delay of those final revenue collections because they have until May. And so it's a little bit different this year because normally we would know what the majority of our state revenues would be by the end of April. Now it's going to be the end of May, and it's about the same time that districts are going to be having already finished their budgets and about the time that the May revise is going to be published. So there's going to be a lot of new information coming all at the same time in May. And we're already going to be in a place where our budget is going to be pretty much defined. And so we may have to do some scrambling at the last minute based on what that May revise looks like. The governor has also introduced a new calculation into the LSVF calculator called the equity multiplier. It will impact those districts who have free lunch counts that are greater than 85%. It's slightly different than free and reduced. It only counts those that are free. And so based on our current UPP information, we do not have any schools that qualify for that equity multiplier. The governor also proposes to reduce the arts, music, and instructional materials discretionary block grant. That is quite the mouthful. Because of the recent passage of Prop 28. Prop 28 is going to infuse schools starting in 23-24 with additional funds for arts and music programs. It's anticipated to be about $1 billion of funding to districts. For our district, our size, and based on our enrollment and our UPP, it's going to be about $3 million for new arts and music programs. It's also important to note that 80% of those funds must be used for new staffing positions, and it can be either certificated or classified. It's also important to note that you cannot supplant your existing programs with these dollars. You have to create new programs. And so that's something that the sites will be working with HR and with EE&I over the next few months to design what that will look like. So lastly, I wanted to note that the LAO had recently provided their assessment of the governor's proposed budget, along with the lower revenue collections, and as recommended to the legislature, some key proposals. The first being to not include a fully funded COLA. So as a reminder, a little bit of information with this, when the state changed to the LCFF revenue formula and sunset the revenue limit model, the language that was in the legislature that required the state to fully fund the COLA was actually stricken. So it's not currently a legal requirement that the state fully fund the COLA or even pay it back in a future year. You may recall the deficit factor years where we eventually were fully funded from those years that they held back funds. And so additionally, they do recommend to delay the equity multiplier factor that would save another $300 million. And then also some reductions to other programs such as the ELOP or the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program, where districts have been struggling to spend those funds. And then, and the most importantly, to those districts that don't have high UPP percentages, they are recommending not to reduce the arts, music, instructional materials block grant, because that's their main source of those unrestricted discretionary dollars, and they may have already committed those to future expenditures. So moving on to slide 5. So as we did change the format for this presentation. So we're comparing first interim to second interim. Instead of normally we do the 45-day to the second interim. And so you'll see a little less changes because we're just changing from where we were in December to where we are now. And you'll also note in the far right column, the percentages are now reflecting that new comparison. Overall, you'll see an increase to our total general fund ending fund balance. And as we go through our restricted budgets that we've not yet spent, we're starting to reduce or defer those revenues and expenses to the 23-24 year. So you'll see that increase of $2.75 million to our ending fund balance. That is primarily a timing issue because of our one-time restricted being able to spend those dollars over multiple years. And so as a result, you see that slight change in our 3%. And as sites are spending their funds more so on salaries than on non-personnel, the set aside that we're including for future negotiations is just slightly higher than what it was at first interim. Slide 6. So drilling down to the unrestricted side of the general fund, you'll notice an overall increase to the ending fund balance of $2.5 million. And similar impacts to the 3% and the negotiations set aside. And so I'll jump into the detail of that on slide 7. And so on the revenue side, we did increase by almost $2 million. 1.48 million of that is the home to school transportation funds. So when the state approved their budget at the beginning of the year, one of the funds that that was new to the budget was to reimburse districts for 60% of their transportation costs, less what we already receive through the LCF calculator. So for the district, that would be $1.48 million that is coming to us as revenues. And then we also received some unanticipated Medi-Cal revenues of $350,000. On the contribution side, we did reduce our special ed contribution by $1.6 million. We did get some revenue true-ups from prior year and current year of $800,000. And because we're still experiencing position vacancies, our expenses are down as well. So that does decrease our unrestricted contribution that we provide to special ed. So moving on to slide 8, on the expenditure side, because of the receiving of the $1.48 million, we are that have to be spent on transportation costs. We budgeted those as capital because we can use those to help refresh our aging fleet. And then additionally, on the indirect side, we did see an increase of restricted resources that qualified for indirect. So we did get a little bit better of a pickup of $360,000 offset to our expenses. On slide 9, moving on to the restricted side of the general fund. This is where we're seeing the most changes, and it's been that case for the past few years. You'll see these variances are primarily due to the timing of these restricted resources and being able to essentially spend to the full plan. We have a lot of funding this year on the restricted side and our supplemental concentration. And so it does make it a little bit challenging. So as we review programs and initiatives, we've been moving those dollars forward into 23-24. So you'll see the drop in revenues. You'll see the expenditures drop also by $8 million. And then you'll see that drop of special ed. And so that slight change in ending fund balance is due to some miscellaneous grants that don't have that deferred revenue ability. So moving on to slide 10. So as I mentioned, decreasing our multi-year restricted resources by 7.27%. That is primarily on the ESSER and the one-time funds, and then offset partially by the special ed revenue. And then on the state revenue, we did receive just an incremental apportionment of $700,000 for that special ed early intervention grant that was provided to us earlier in the year. And then lastly, again, noting the change in contributions. Slide 11. So as we push the revenues out to 23-24, we also reduce our expenses. So this just summarizes the different areas that we reduced as a result of deferring revenues to next year. On slide 12, we have provided a summary of our major one-time restricted resources. This is not all of them, but you will note, looking from left to right, the description of the COVID relief funds and a couple of the more important state grants. You'll see overall our funding allocations for these programs, $144 million. You'll see the years that they're currently scheduled to expire. To date, we've spent $23 million since 2020. This year, we do have $48 million remaining in the budget. And so as we work towards estimated actuals, that $48 million will most likely drop because we'll push that out where we can to the 23-24 year. So looking at our cumulative spend and what's budgeted left for this year, that's $71 million. And so that puts $72 million not budgeted, not spent, that's still remaining. You'll notice that the larger areas, ESSER 3 set almost $18 million. A piece of that is the HVAC. We had HVAC funding over 3 years. Where we are in the project cycle, we'll be ordering all of that HVAC equipment next year. So that's where a lot of that $17 million is. You'll see the next important one is the ELO We've got the ELOP last year's allocation. We have to spend that $4.6 million. So that's why you see 0. But you'll see the next row down that we got another allocation, the 22-23 allocation of $12 million. As I mentioned earlier, districts are struggling trying to hire staff and run these programs. So we're currently sitting at $10.6 million unspent, unbudgeted, because we've been trying to spend down last year's allocation. So that $10.6 million will expire next year, in addition to the new $12 million that we'll have. So we're always going to be in this cycle of trying to spend down the prior year in the current year. And so, and then the last couple of rows, educator effectiveness, we received $5 million. It's good for 5 years. We've got $3 million left of it if we spend that $2 million that's budgeted this year. The arts, music, and instructional materials, that's the $11.6 million. This is the one that Governor Newsom is recommending to reduce by a third. So 7.5 million of that 11.6 is helping to offset our pension increases over the next 3 years. And then depending on what happens at the state level, the balance of that would either be reduced, or ideally our plan is to spend on classroom furniture. And then that last item, the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant, we have the $27 million. It's good all the way out to 2027-28 school year. And that would be the expenditure plans that we need to build on how we would spend those funds. That $500,000 that's in for this year, that would be towards summer school. So slide 13, you'll see these are the assumptions for our on the revenue side for our multi-year. Just important to note, if you look at the enrollment and you look at the funded ADA, it always looks a little bit funky. Just as a reminder, at the state level, they did implement a rolling 3-year average as a soft landing for funded ADA, or the higher of your current or prior year ADA. So you can see our enrollment continues to decline over the 3-year period, but our ADA does not fall in line with our historical attendance because we're getting the benefit of those previous years hold harmless. So in 24-25, that's our first year where all those hold harmless absolutely fall off, and we're really just going on our true attendance. You'll see that it's almost identical to the enrollment because of the 23-24 and the 22-23 higher funded ADAs. And the last thing I wanted to note is attendance for the first 6 months of the year, we're still at about 92%. And so we have dropped our multi-year attendance rate down to 93%. So we have not been able to get back to that 95% historical rate that we were at pre-COVID. And you'll see the other factors related to revenues. Slide 14 reflects our assumptions for on the expenditure side. You'll notice there's second column, classified certificated. You'll notice how CalPERS continues to increase. That's the importance of using that arts, music, discretionary block grant to help offset those increases. You'll also note the last payment for the SERP, the 18-19 SERP is next year as well. And then you'll also note we are done after this year paying off our Dell PC leases. And then additionally, you'll note the increases to our contributions. And in that last row, I always point out that we are, for this year, in order to make our reserves work, we are transferring about $10.6 million of our unrestricted base expenses over to COVID relief funds for ongoing operations. And so in 23-24, those expenses will come back in depending on where we're at. I have included that in the multi-year that we will bring 100% of that back into the unrestricted budget. So summarizing our 3-year, looking at that top line, my slightly obnoxious red arrow, I do point out in that 3rd year, that $250 million, our COLA that we're receiving cannot keep up with our declining enrollment in ADA. So we actually go down in revenue as it stands based on our projections. Obviously, this gets updated every year depending on our trends of enrollment in ADA. And so dropping in revenue in that 3rd year, expenses increasing though, because we still have to maintain the cost of salaries, and then also the increasing cost of our non-personnel. And you'll also notice our indirects drop down, that credit that we get going from $6 million to -$5 million to -$4.5 million. So as our COVID funds expire, we lose the benefit of those indirect costs that we're able to transfer to that restricted. So we've got a little bit of a perfect storm brewing in 24-25, but again, this is projection and we'll continue to update and monitor our budget trends. So overall, you'll see our ending fund balance in green. You'll note that we are above 7% in all 3 years. The reserves do include the committed textbook adoption to date, the $1.44 million as a result of the property line transfer with San Marcos. And then you'll also note again, we are using the 8.13% COLA and the $10.6 million of base expenses coming back into the unrestricted budget, and also assuming that we do spend all of our S&C each year as expected by the legislature. Obviously, when we close the books, any carryover will get brought forward to the next year. Challenges with our multi-year. So as I mentioned, we do have a lower attendance rate. I have not assumed any new programs coming into the base funding, assuming that it all is funded either by supplemental concentration or by restricted funds. Also important to note that the one-time funds that are currently being used to offset those unrestricted expenses, and then will be at estimated actuals, you'll see probably a significant jump in our reserves, because by May and timeframe, we'll have an idea of what our unspent supplemental concentration dollars are. They'll fall into reserves only to be rebudgeted next year with our new allocation of supplemental and concentration. So again, that $10 million is, or 9.5 last year, we could see that same roughly $10 million fall out at the end of the year that we would budget for next year. And then just the last bullet, depending on what happens with state revenues, could impact our COLA next year. Other funds, I won't go through each fund, but you'll see adult ed, their child nutrition, all of our funds are in positive status. Building Fund 21, that's our Measure LL. Capital Facilities Fund 25, those are developer fees. So ending the year at about $9.5 million there, that we can have the opportunity to explore which facility projects that would qualify for those developer fees. And the Fund 40, you'll see sitting with about $41 million. So that's a combination of our COP funds of $41 million and any new RDA funds that we receive each year. And so, and then Fund 63, AMPM, and Fund 67 are self-insurance. So next steps, the board to vote this evening to maintain our positive certification, making sure that we monitor our level of reserves and monitoring our cash balances. And then, as we've been doing the last few years, making sure that we're maximizing all of our one-time dollars to help our base unrestricted expenses. And then we will be back after the May revise in May with an update to our financials.
Questions? Start with Trustee Morocco. Questions on the budget? Trustee Vargas? Trustee Smith? No, I won't. Trustee Kelly? No. All right, seeing no questions. I have a motion to approve the second interim budget report. So moved. Second. Okay, we have moved by Trustee Morocco, seconded by Trustee Kelly. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries 5-0. On that note, we're going to take an 8-minute recess for a bathroom break. Be back at
Good job. We only went over 2 minutes on the break. Thank you for being responsive to a short break. The next item on the agenda is item 16B. No, as you were. 16C, approved magnet school development.
You are correct.
Oh, we have to approve it.
Yes, you do.
Our school board metrics. Final, the metrics stuff down.
The next item on the agenda is 16B, approved board goals 2023, 2024.
All right, thank you, President Alvarado. We are happy to come back to you. We're making a lot of progress. We're right on schedule with regard to the development of our board goals and metrics. Tonight, this item is no longer in presentation mode. It's in action mode for you. We would like that we'll present them to you. Dr. Olmsted will take the lead, and then our goal tonight is for you to approve them. We always can approve them with revisions, but we do need them approved tonight in order for us to finish the development of the LCAP for June. Dr. Olmsted, take it away.
All right. So just a highlight of our development process in January, we met with you after the elementary presentation on achievements to do our initial discussion. You gave us feedback on actually doing an attempt to revise some goals this year. We brought our first revision back to you in February, and we landed on the theory of action one. And we're bringing back to you right now our final version after thoughts. One of the asks you had in the last meeting was, how do we develop metrics based on a theory of action? And so that's what we're here to present to you tonight. So a couple things on goal 1. You see the word enable highlight. That was one of our discussions on changing one of the words we had in there. So now we say if we focus on implementation of the system in adult portraits, then we will create the equitable access to the conditions of learning that enable students to achieve the outcomes. Goal 2, no change to that one. And then goal 3, it was kind of funky the way we worded it, so we just kind of condensed the wording. And so ends with now that allow them to demonstrate the elements of the learner portrait and our district values. Next slide. So just a reminder of we developed these with your guidance using a theory of action. And so it's the if we do this, then this will happen. And so if we practice what we want to implement in pursuit of a student-focused goal, then the immediate impact on adult practice will be this, and the long-term impact on student learning or behavior. So next slide. So then we developed what we call leading and lagging measures. So our lagging indicators are kind of what our year-end goals are, what you see on the SBAC, what you see on the dashboard, those kind of things are lagging indicators. And then our leading indicators are what we kind of do on a day-to-day basis to help meet those goals that we've set. Next slide. So part of this also, after we met with you, we took this to the Ed Excellence team and asked them to help us develop some of the leading and lagging metrics based on the work that they do. And we also met with the principals and said, here's the metrics we've developed, our new theory of action goals, and got some feedback from them. The principals overall gave really positive feedback on what we're doing here. And they love the theory of action piece, that they said it was very actionable and gave them good direction on how to lead their schools with these board goals. So our first goal, just some highlights of the metrics we have. I'm going to point out the green highlights. Those are our state metrics. We must include those. Those are part of our LCAP and they have to be in there. But what you'll see, I'll highlight just a couple of the leading measures. We do an IntelliSpark survey in grades 6 through 12, and it measures connection, belonging, those kind of things. And it's given 3 to 4 times a year. So it's not a lagging measure because we do it as an ongoing basis. Another one are the student reflections on the learner portrait, and then student talk time in classrooms. That's huge for our English learners in ELD development, as well as engagement for students, giving them more time to talk in class. So that's a goal we put in there as a leading measure because we can measure that.
How do we measure that?
Observations, there's tools we can use with teachers to, attend in 2, you talk for 10 minutes, kids talk for 2. And so it's just observations and anecdotal notes along with training that goes along with that to make sure that teachers understand the importance of student talk time in the classroom.
We also measure it in the early childhood ed area with our partners at UCSD. If you remember when they did their presentation on researchers coming into the classroom of TK, K, and first grade teachers, and actually taking notes on the percentage of interaction, the percentage of time in the voice and the airwaves. And they're able to report that back to the teachers. How much of the day is spent with teacher talk? How much of the day is spent with student talk?
So throughout the year, multiple
Yeah.
samples in multiple
Absolutely.
classrooms
Mhm.
consistently.
Yeah, and lots of working with teachers during professional learning about the importance of talk time for students. Okay.
Any questions about this slide and the metrics?
So some highlights on this one, again, state metrics that we're measuring. What I want to point out on that one is really looking at our chronic absenteeism rate. That is a state metric. We worked with elementary principals on that yesterday, setting our goal through the end of the school year to increase our attendance to 96%. And we talked about strategies we can do to do that. And then we'll continue with that of increasing that attendance. We're not saying 100%. We don't want kids 100% of the time here if they're sick. But we know that when you're in school, instruction occurs better. So we want to encourage kids to come to school so they can learn. On the left-hand side, under our leading measures, we're looking at a lot of professional learning, universal design for learning, English language development, designated and integrated ELD is still important. And then we added one around project-based learning. That will get us to move in the learner portrait and performance framework. And so even on the right-hand side, you'll see we have a lagging measure of how many to do. So within the first year, we're saying 1. Everybody try a PBL lesson or just try something around the performance framework where we're showing competency-based rather than kind of the normal measures we have for student achievement. Any questions on that one? Okay. And then for goal 3, again, this one leading and lagging measures, a lot in the leading measures around professional learning. You'll see MTSS on there and really shoring up our MTSS structure, putting some assessments in to see how well we're doing with our MTSS implementation. So there's 2 tools to use. That's 3 times a year to measure our effectiveness of implementation. So we'll be embedding those next year. And then when we look at the lagging measures of increased reclassification rates, we're working towards that with our integrated and designated ELD. And then a big highlight on here is it's already a state metric to measure A through G completion. So we'll be really double downing on our A through G completion rates. Any questions there? Yes.
FAFSA completion, would that be considered, is that a metric that would help us measure? For
Yes.
goal 3?
Yes, for sure. And I think I have FAFSA completion under goal 2 lagging measures.
Okay, gotcha.
And so, and that is a requirement now that all students complete the FAFSA during school time. So we're working hard on that completion rate too. They did a really good job this year with that.
So I just have a curiosity question. We have 40%, only 40% of students make the A3 requirements, which I wish I didn't have to say. So going forward, we want to increase that. Are we gonna do it with the same mindset that we had with the other goal? Like, okay, next year we increase it to this much and then to this much. And then do we already have the system down of how we're gonna increase it?
We are working with our middle school and high school principals, what that pathway looks like to ensure that we get more A through G completion on the way. So we'll set more tangible benchmarks about what that completion rate looks like year to year, and that'll be in our blueprint when we bring that to you.
So things like when the kids that could have prevented them, it could have been because they had their ELD classes and other things, and they didn't have that extra time.
Yeah, so we'll be looking at that systemically and how we make some improvements in those areas, but we'll work with the secondary principals on that.
Along that note with the A through G requirements, is there a possibility if we have some type of implementation at the middle school as a middle college, would that help with the A through G requirements if we had a middle college?
It would be something for us to explore, what middle college does to increase A through G rates. And as we're looking at other options for middle school, that might be something we look at as a middle college option for that as well.
Yeah, and just a reminder to the board, we actually started working on that model with Palomar College, and then we got interrupted by COVID. We've been meeting with Palomar College. They have to be ready to come back to the table with us to explore that option. They've taken a couple more steps in Escondido Union High School District as it relates to that, so we are absolutely committed to that. But we have to work with our middle college, which would in this case would be Palomar College.
Right, and I talked to Dr. Lacey Starr, and she's ready to get that work done.
Well, what about
And so we can't work with Mira Costa even though we have.
Okay.
significant-
Okay, but technically, there is boundaries for college, community colleges as well, and we're within Palomar. It doesn't, many of our kids go to Maricosta.
Right.
But technically speaking, we have to start with Palomar College, yeah.
Gotcha.
And Palomar College is actually a member of our career superhighway, and they've been very participatory in that, so we actually intend to move forward with that, and that's how we connect and build this pathway.
Right, and so could that be included in any of these, like an implementation of that, or is that?
That would be in the LCAP,
Okay,
so that would be in our blueprint. So those would be actions and services we would identify in our blueprint.
all right, thank you.
One question on mine and MTSS, as we get more data, can we expect more students to be put in tier 2 or tier 3? And is that like obviously we don't want that, but it's like if kids need that and we're identifying it, like how do we measure that?
So our goal is actually to really shore up tier 1. And then our school sites already track the data of how many students need a tier 2 intervention and how many students need a tier 3 intervention. It's part of the MTSS process or an RTI process that they're already implementing. But the goal is really to shore up tier 1, so you mitigate the need for tier 2 and tier 3.
Perfect. Any other questions? These are great questions. We're writing them down too.
This is just a reminder of our D scores. Remember, this is the district calculation on how we look at our students who are most marginalized. And so it's our unduplicated student count, which includes our English learners, our low socioeconomic students, homeless and foster. It accounts for students who are in multiple groups, but they're only counted once, right? And so that's why it's called unduplicated. And then it also factors in parent education level. And so when we look at this, the darker blues are our schools that are in the highest need and where we focus a lot of attention and energy on, so we can bring those kids up.
So that ends our presentation where we feel like we're prepared to move forward. And I'll hand it back to the president, and you guys can deliberate on approving the goals as written. We have your notes here as well.
All right, so let's start with trustee Barker. Any questions or comments on the goals?
Nope, I'm on the same page, look forward to the implementation, but also just the updates. With that, I mean, the only question is just keep in mind as we do our evaluation, obviously, it's not gonna happen overnight, so be patient in the data.
Trustee Morocco?
Sounds good.
That's all. Trustee Kelly?
Thank you for all the work and expertise that you and the team put into this. I don't have any questions or additional amendments.
Trustee Smithfield?
Thank you. I appreciate it, like you mentioned. And I look forward to it.
Yes, and I am grateful for the work that this board has put in. We've had a lot of special board meetings on this topic, working in collaboration with you and Dr. Doyle. So I know this is going to be a great, these are going to be good goals and metrics for us to work on. So on that note, do I have a motion?
So I move that we approve the goals as written or as they will be amended. Is it as written?
I don't think there are any amendments, but I do have the notes in terms of your feedback. So I think as written.
As written, yeah.
I move that we approve these goals as written.
So moved.
Second?
Okay, was moved by trustee Morocco and seconded by trustee Kelly. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, the motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Olmsted.
The next item on the agenda is 16C, approved magnet school development procedure and timeline and identify possible goals to transition to magnet focus.
All right, well, thank you, President Alvarado. As our two experts come up, as we know, there's two parallel pathways that we have been working on over a number of months. As it relates to our facility improvement process, we've discussed multiple times the long-range facility master planning process, and that is moving forward. The asset management component is moving forward. We'll be bringing that information back to you shortly. But the board also did request and direct me to begin to explore the possibility of expanding our magnet school programs. And when we say that, tonight, what you're going to hear is a timeline, some big ideas around what that could potentially look like. And also, you really have two items that you're considering tonight. The first item is the protocol that these two amazing doctors have designed, but also the consideration for what should we be, what's the scope of this? Similar to what we talked about with the long-range facility master plan. Would you like us to focus on one school? Would you like to focus on multiple schools? As we know, our DLI program is growing up. The program at Grapevine, as an example, is expanding so quickly that it will almost be in 5th grade before we know it. And there will be more DLI classrooms at that school than English only classrooms. So it doesn't necessarily have to be just one school. It could be multiple schools. We can apply this methodology over the course of the next year in those areas. Last thing for me, as you directed me to move forward with developing this plan, I went on a journey. I looked long and far to find experts that really knew about magnet schools. And after that discovery, I realized that we actually had 2 experts in our own school district. And they've been here for as long as I've known. I've known both of them for a very, very long time. And I have to say, I am so proud of these 2 individuals. I've known them forever, and they have truly created programs in our district that have stood the test of time. They were patient with our community. They were very inclusive of our community. And as a result, we have 2 programs that have been stood up for many, many years. In the case of Dr. Villarreal, more than a decade, and continues to set records. So before you start, I wanted to personally thank the 2 of you for the leadership you've provided and the amazing commitment you've given to our public. And again, history will show they've had a waiting list at these 2 schools for every single year it's been open, with the exception of the first year that we were trying to get it stood up. So with that, I'm going to hand it off to Dr. Villarreal and Dr. Shigela, and I'll put the slides for you. But again, thank you for putting some time and putting it together for us.
And thank you for waiting.
Yeah.
For the other longer presentations. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Doyle, thank you. President Alvarado, thank you. The last time we were both here, we were assistant principals. I was at Rancho Buena Vista High School. He was at Vista High. We're presenting an attendance program and a poster campaign to improve attendance at our high schools. I am much older. He is much thinner than I am. And we're just happy to be here today, and just really honored that we are, I think, being honored for our work. And we're truly just here to give you our perspective of how we got here, and I think what we can do to move forward. So we'll just go to the next slide. Takeaways. It's a lot of takeaways for us. And we were just talking about this earlier today. And truly, our big idea today is just to give you some ideas of how you all can proceed based on our work, and some proposed timeline with some considerations. I think my takeaway is just to be inclusive, as you've already begun this process. What would be your takeaway?
Time. Teachers need time to do this.
Yeah, absolutely. We both have had different experiences in opening a school. Mine was very short and it was much longer, but I think that we can find something to try to help you through this process of your own.
So we came up with a timeline, really thinking about time. And you had what, 3 months?
I did.
We had a full year, a school year, so August really to June to be ready to do it. And so reflecting on those experiences, thinking of when people come on tours at Vita, there's someone from the district office that always wants to know if you could do one thing over again, what would it be? And consistently for the last 9 years, my statement has been, we underestimated the amount of time required. So our founding faculty, like yours was like amazing group of human beings, worked tirelessly over and above and beyond what we probably should have asked them to do in order to make these things happen. And so we see an 18-month runway as being sort of the minimum. It could be the maximum as well. And then, we didn't want to be arbitrary in saying at month 1, you do this, at month 2, because a lot of these things happen at the same time. We both think that one of the most important things is naming the principal and figuring out who that would be. Obviously, choosing a site, where is this going to happen, and the theme, and tangentially with the theme, it's not just what is the school going to do, but it also like, what's that grade span? Are we talking elementaries? Are we talking middle? Are we talking 6 through 12? Talking K through 8, K-12? Like, what is that vision? And all that's going to come through the needs assessment. So Jose will talk about the importance of the principal and why we think that's so early in the process. We'll talk about theme development a little bit later. But really in the middle, as you see, the simultaneous things to happen. And this is why we believe that whoever's doing this will need about 18 months, is you're developing pedagogy. You know, when we became a design thinking school 9 years ago, 10 years ago in that planning, that pedagogy didn't exist. We've been creating it and crafting it over time. And then things like even the mascot, like those things matter a lot to kids, and how do you engage the community through that? And then eventually we'll open, whatever that is.
So the principal, I love this idea from Dr. Shigela, the chief storyteller, and they really are going to be the anchor to the story. And it's really important that when you make this decision and cabinet makes this recommendation, that it is the person who will best be for the community at this time, right? And we're never going to find somebody who's perfect. I certainly am not that. And I would say that for us, really, starting here is really the key for to get this going and get it in the right way, because then they can really anchor to their own story, how we create this across our community Vista. And then certainly they have to understand the theme, right? They come with this passion of a theme. I was given my theme by the board, right? You're going to create a school that is a science and magnets and math school, and said, okay, great, and IB, great. And so that became something I was interested in. So therefore, that's where we went to. And so that was really kind of an exciting time. And then really, we'll be lucky, I'll say that in a very humble brag here, that we're here to help if they have any questions. And we certainly did not have that as much as they will have it now, in the way that has never been done before in Vista. And I am proud. That's the one thing I think we're both very proud of Vista, is this investment that's happened into this schools of choice for our families that I think we are all benefiting greatly.
So the theme development, we both deeply believe in a lot of empathy gathering. So listening, hearing what are the needs and the wants of the families, what's the input of teachers and staff in that, the kids and their interest, what are the needs of the community and industry, making sure that that's done in both English and Spanish and being very inclusive to everyone. Dr. Sean, I don't know how to say your last name, sorry, Sean. Dr. Sean mentioned earlier, like following like the design thinking process, which is brilliant. It's a great part of his background that he brings to Vista. But really like that's something that I would encourage here too. Like it's a, prototyping, creative problem solving process, but it's anchored in human connection and empathy and caring and listening. And so with that theme development comes, and now if you go to the next slide, there's a graphic for it that, instead of a lot of words, that we really believe pulling staff and students, families and community, and then also like, what have we already learned from the portraits? So we have this set of work that we're supposed to be working on anyway. And so capturing, how do we make sure that that's incorporated into all this, and then nestling something up? There will be like everyone has ideas, like we should do this, we should do that. And so we always in that process of design want to hit pause. Like, that's great that we have ideas. Those ideas should come to the table and be included with all the ideas to see what actually comes out.
Oh, go ahead.
You're there.
Can I question you here, or want me to wait till you finish?
Yeah, it's short. I mean, the presentation is short, but go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, so I get it. And you guys are the best at this. So, but my question comes, we have grapevine, which is dual language. And mostly Well, it'll be in fifth grade next year, which means it'll be already up, and it is growing. And I've been called there several times by the teachers because they've had some unintended consequences. So that there's kind of already a theme, correct? Or no? Like, I know if we moved it up, because we talked about we need a pathway for these kids to go once they get to middle school and high school. So that would, in my mind, mean another magnet school, which could have a different theme, and the DLI could be part of that. I think I got that from your brain, right? So, but at the elementary level, because they're all on board, because we have things that this will solve the problems that the program and how we did it created without us knowing. So if they're on board, we want to do this, we want to get this, but and do it with their theme, do they also have to get a bigger theme in the DLI, or is it Grapevines are magnet DLI elementary school?
Well, and I think that's a sort of a broader question. So if you're looking at developing a magnet school that is an elementary school and you already have DLI embedded in it, then possibly, yeah. If you're talking about creating something new that hasn't necessarily existed in terms of a theme, then sure, that could be DLI, or DLI could be a component of that.
So they could potentially meet with the stakeholders at Grapevine, like you were saying, and get the ideas, and they could say, oh, we want to be a STEM school with a DLI component as opposed to a DLI magnet school.
And so Mission Vista is a dual magnet school
Right.
already, so those concepts exist too, and that would, my recommendation is that would be something that would come out from the community. Obviously, I think we all know DLI is very important. It needs to live somewhere in middle school or a wider range at some point.
But it to transform the one elementary school at this point. Are you following me? 'Cause I know
I'm glad, that's why I said in the beginning that this conversation isn't about one school. It's about the concept of having these two leaders lead us through a process or multiple processes for consideration of creating more magnet schools. And that process could be a current existing school like Grapevine, and it could be a school that doesn't exist. And I think what both of them are intimating is the process, while we have programs in place, would still want to start with the community and empathy, and this interest in dual language would be a component of that process to identify what's important and how do we build it.
Hypothetically, if you were looking at like Grapevine, there's obviously seeds that have already been sown, discussions that have already, so there
So
could.
we're not gonna dig up those seeds, is what I'm saying. We're gonna continue to let them grow and flourish, right?
Especially with the rain that just happened.
Yeah.
So,
And the-
yeah, so but Board Member Smithfield, I think for me, Casita was the school that was my grapevine when we were opening. That was a math science technology. So then that became our theme. And my dual language was IB.
Right.
So that became that component within, that became sort of the anchor of how we
Right,
engaged.
so our DLI schools would hopefully become the anchor of whatever we do with the middle school for the path for that. But right now, my question was just on the elementary part of it, like, how do we do this with a school that's kind of already doing it with most of their program, you know?
Well, I think the answer to that is that's why this is an action item. Tonight, what we're asking you to approve is the structure that they're talking through right now, one, and two, do you want us to explore potential schools? That's the conversation. And so all you're approving tonight is explore that, and then we'll bring it as we do with the long range facility master plan. We'll keep you updated all along the way.
Right, and it could be another school that's also,
Could be
you know,
another.
wanting to follow this path, this timeline, this journey.
Right, but I mean, because we had talked with Grapevine because of their
Absolutely.
issues, and everybody felt the best thing to
Yeah.
do would to look at the magnet pathway for them.
Yeah.
So that's kind of coming into this, maybe you guys didn't know this, but that's kind of what's happening. So you can.
There's probably a lot we don't know.
You-
But we created a heck of a timeline.
We did.
I know you can figure it out once you talk to the people, but I just need
So-
to understand.
So this was actually something that is really important, is a professional development, understanding the theme, what we're doing right now. We're having this discussion of what is a theme. And I think that's really important. Also, the pedagogy that was mentioned by Dr. Shigela as well is really important. It's because we all come to a school with our own training, our own backgrounds, our own stories. So that's where the pedagogy begins. And then you have to travel. You have to go visit other schools and you have to start within our own district. We have some amazing work that's happening here in our district. And I think that's where you begin. And then certainly, there are other magnet schools that are out and about, that you need to travel out of state. Dr. Shigela has a huge network of schools that are doing amazing things that we could certainly go visit. And then professional development to ensure that the community is also coming along with that as well. So they're not isolated from that. And then time, as he stated earlier, I agree with him. We do need to give time in order for this to really happen in such a powerful way.
I think we hit a lot of this. Sometimes the word marketing gets used with magnet schools, which can be seen as like a negative word. And when we're talking about children and stuff, marketing is as much when we're talking about these schools, the idea of making sure people understand what opportunities exist. So what the magnet committee for the district has been working on, how do we continue to get the ideas and the information opportunities out to everyone, as many people, to be as inclusive as possible. So that's what we mean by that. And then names, does it keep the same name? Is there a new name? And one of the things that we found out from Washington to Vita is that the CDE code doesn't necessarily change. So we tracked along all the stuff from Washington to Vita, from PTA registration and how that body works within the school to everything. So there's just things that, we got caught with blind spots that we weren't sure about.
Yeah. So, on discussion and action item. Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I have a question about the enrollment and magnet admission process. As we get more magnet schools and fewer neighborhood schools, what do you see as, is there some sort of hybrid that we could do, that magnet schools could do, where priorities given, like creating like a district around them, so priorities given to the residents that live closest to that school, and then open it up for everyone?
There are districts with magnet schools in them in the United States that say half are like application based and half are for neighborhood based. There's different ways to do that. High Tech High Network is a charter system, not a system of magnet schools, but they use zip codes, much like we use the current for our magnet schools. We use the boundaries of the quadrants. And so we can develop, that can be developed by you, but say hypothetically that there's gonna be a new magnet school that's gonna be a middle school. What would that do when 3 are choice and 2 aren't? The term unintended consequences has been used here tonight in other ways, and it's been used for years when we talk about magnet schools. And so those are really good things to be thinking about as we go.
But Eric, wouldn't some of those items, which are kind of sticky and complex, work out during the development process? That would be, those would be conversations we would talk through. Yeah.
Anyone else?
Yeah, a couple points of feedback. First, is Michael, that I do think, we definitely need to look at the dual language middle school. But at the same time, just looking here at where I was at, I was in Texas, so San Antonio did a great job of schools of choice. And so they have, magnet schools that are focused on agriculture, that are focused on business, that are focused on dual language, that are focused on health and medical. And so they have a whole array of options. And so I think that's what, listening to the community, working with what do they want to see? Especially as we look, not every child needs to go to college. We should definitely have those opportunities, but at the same time, if they can get a job, earn a living wage. Mission Vista does a phenomenal job with their classes that teach, marketing. And, some of these young adults, can get a job, earning $30 an hour. And so with it, 18 months, it's definitely a reasonable time. But one thing I didn't hear 3 different middle schools becoming magnet schools at once. So probably phasing it in.
Yeah, we would definitely want to do a phase in, but again, I think we would leave it to the two professionals to take this idea. And if you approve it, really start to operationalize it, and as they operationalize it and go through those processes, that will become more clear.
Yeah, and then two other things to keep in mind, magnet schools were, created to integrate, and so keeping that at the core. Because if we are creating a magnet school that's gonna further segregate, then, it would not be my preference. And I would definitely, ask us to revisit that. But the second point, Dr. Loescher mentioned this at one of our previous meetings, is we are having, a little conversation on the asset management committee. It may make sense, looking at, one of our schools that is in the outskirts, because we can use that to recruit students from neighboring districts, especially if we're offering a program that is not currently offered in that neighboring school district.
Yeah. Yes.
Now, the other question I have about magnet schools, and this is probably because I'm new, so I need clarification here. Is there additional funding? I understand there's additional funding for magnet schools. Where does that funding come from? Is that from the district, or is there state programs or something? Thank you.
Can I take this one?
Yes.
He's been very involved in this.
I know, yeah.
There is no additional funding from the state or the federal government. Once upon a time, there was, and that kind of was how we got our very first magnet schools. And then slowly that funding dried up and it was no longer provided. We fund the Vista Magnet School program by allowing out-of-district students. I mean, there's many ways it's funded, but a key part of the math is that up to 10% at each school site are out-of-district students who are attracted to the magnet program, and that brings in, the year that I was most involved with the magnet steering committee, it was like a positive $6 million to the district that in turn paid for the extra FTE and staffing for each site to be able to offer the unique components of their magnet program. And without allowing out of district students, no, we would not. I mean, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but that is really where the lion's share of the funding comes from for us to be able to provide the magnet features of those programs.
Dr. Doyle, has that changed in 4 years though? Like the amount of money that coming in and do more of our students attend our magnets now than they did 4 years ago when we had this conversation?
Yeah, so there's multiple levels to this, to answer. The first one is, Board Member Kelly's correct. We actually are quite good at bringing people in from outside districts, in particular, those schools that are on the borders. So if we use Mission Vista High School as an example, it's actually on a tri-border. It's on Vista Unified, Bonsall, and Oceanside, and Fallbrook. So that is very effective, and it brings in hundreds of students every year. But we also do fund it through the LCAP and the Blueprint. And so, and Amy's on the call if you want to give them a more specific answer. But it's 15%. So magnet schools get an additional 15%. And that 15% is what allows Eric, in this case, to create a unique program. And part of that uniqueness of the program, and Dr. Shiketa can talk about this, is opportunity for collaboration. So that's the specific answer to it. Now, the good thing is that expense of 15% is offset by what Board Member Kelly just pointed out, which is the number of students that we're bringing in through their average daily attendance into our district. And it's a sizable amount of money. It changes every year. And then to answer our board president's question, we did change the methodology for selecting applicants, and we dropped the percentage down to 10%. For folks coming in from the outside. And the reason we dropped that is because the board wanted more students within our district to have access to our magnet programs. So we dropped that percentage. But we do quite well attracting students. Most of the students that come to our magnet schools from outside are coming to Mission Vista High School and Casita, but we can get you the specific information about that.
Well, now that leads me to another question then. Because you answer a question, I get more questions. Is there, I know, Dr. Shigella, when I visited Vita, I believe you had some areas that were contributed by like Qualcomm.
Yeah, we have a Qualcomm engineering lab on
Right.
campus.
So are there opportunities then that we could seek out private
We have, yeah,
businesses?
there are, and we
Okay.
have. Eric's done a great job with that.
Right, right.
Yeah, I left Vita for last because of all of our schools, Vita has and historically has had the longest waiting list and has had one of the greatest draws from around the entire North County. And I would imagine that would continue. It's been like that. You average between 300 and 500 people on the waiting list for as long as I can remember.
Yeah, I think more, and like we used
It
to
is
keep it up
more.
from, the window used to be open until August and then things have been tightened and changed. We had over 800 applications for 280 open spots.
So, again, leads another question. Why, should we be looking at building bigger campuses so that we can accommodate more students?
Well, it's a really good question. This question's asked all the time. I'll answer a portion of it and then Eric can answer the rest of it. A portion of it is what we've determined, and this is what Dr. Loescher and I and others is that schools have sweet spots in terms of the size. And what we've determined in Vista and just in general is that an elementary sweet spot is about 650 students. And that's the way we designed the long-range facility master plan. Middle schools have sweet spots as well. And the sweet spot is somewhere in the 800 range, 800 to 850. When you get schools over 850 and closer to 1,000, it really doesn't work very well for middle school students. And I'll let Eric and Jose talk about that, but there's a lot of reasons why. Go ahead, Eric.
Well, for middle school is the hardest 3 years of their lives.
Yeah.
With the most dramatic changes compounded at one time that will ever happen. And so by nature of that, the more kids that you have, the less attention you're able to pay. And so we're sitting about 807 kids right now. We started our first year at like 640. And even in those different, you can tell a difference even in those numbers and the community. So you have to work on the culture and how do you bring kids together and keep them as tied and united as you can. The big thing we talk about with them is middle school is hard enough. You don't need to make it harder on each other. And so when you get to big numbers, then you start to lose that ability to have those conversations and connection.
Well, then, what's the possibility of, for example, we have the successful middle school with Vita. What if we, if we had a Vita too, like a second campus?
So we're gonna go to that on the last slide, right,
Okay.
with recommendations for school, so that we're gonna stay on other considerations.
I was just
And-
asking if that was a possibility.
Yeah, we'll discuss that where it says identify the school's transition to magnet. That way we stay kind of focused. Trustee Smithfield, you had a question about this slide?
Actually, it was kind of what people were talking, but I forgot it by now, sorry.
Hey, just to answer you real quick. I think one of the things that we want to be mindful of is the quick answers, like, Vista Magnet, like, they do all these great things, they have great scores, like, fantastic, let's just replicate it. We'd like caution, like, let's talk to everyone,
Yeah.
like, let's find out, because we want to make sure we're really doing the community service with them.
That's a good point.
I think I remember, I know what I remember. Okay. So I remember, because we've had a little debate over magnet schools since I've been in this. But I
Yes.
do remember when we had talked to you about increasing the size of your school, and you had explained to us,
Mhm.
if you increase the size, you ruin the program because it doesn't fit into your master schedule.
Yep, so our program is built around a specialized class called Design Labs. And a specialized aspect of Design Labs is rotations. And so all seventh graders go through the Qualcomm Think of It Lab. All kids, regardless of whoever they are trained in public speaking. Our sixth graders go through the iStudio. Our eighth graders go through a rotation called Laser Lab. Based on the number of weeks in a semester, we can only have 9 sections per grade level. Because if you go more than that, if you go, because when Rich was wanting to increase, say we had to go to 12 sections, then what kids are not going to be able to participate in those activities? Because there's only one Qualcomm lab. Oh, create another one. Great. In what space? With what specifically trained teacher. And so we start getting into those things. And I think I used to tell Rich is we could do it if we doubled in size. Which nobody
Right.
wants. So I'm not suggesting we do that.
So that's also something going forward, we have to keep in mind with the enrollment at the schools. Is being able to keep the program going.
And we've been able to create the program in a functional way that is within the sweet spot that Dr. Doyle was referring to in terms of population.
And I felt that pain point at Vista Magnet. We had 600 once we completed all 3 grade levels. And the ask was to increase to 800. And that was very, very difficult. But interestingly enough, it wasn't difficult for me. It was difficult for our CBO. Because it costs more. You have to add more teachers, you have to have more support staff. And so that always became the challenge for us, is to say, yes, we can do it in increments of 200. But then once you get past 800, then it just gets too much. So for all the points that he's made already.
Next slide. I know for me, before we identify schools, you know, the obvious one is some type of magnet school that would absorb our dual language program for sure. But as we identify the schools, I want to think about how we can mitigate what we've done to some of our schools as unintended consequences, where we put the highest percentage of unduplicated students at a school. And, you know, that becomes a very heavy lift for all of our staff and administrators who work there. And it also, you know, I think it creates kind of this idea in the community that, oh gosh, if I have to go to that school, or I have to go to that school, like that's, I mean, just the negativity that's just really hard to shed, right? The school or the community or the students who go there. And so as we think about what we want to do, I want to make sure that that doesn't happen, that we don't perpetuate a problem of having a school that has large numbers of unduplicated student counts and with families who maybe don't have the resources to I don't know, two cars to drive them around town, or you know, that these kids are not on a bus an extra hour in the morning, an extra hour in the afternoon, and then they can't do sports or they can't do homework. So I just want us to consider that as a board, and be very intentional and learn from the lessons that we learned in the past 10, 15 years with the development of our magnet schools. That's just my 2 cents on that. I don't know how, I mean, obviously that's happened in the past and we can't change it, but we can be very intentional about what we do and which schools we identify as becoming magnets. That's all I want to say. Yes?
I'll go first.
Okay, go ahead. Sure.
Okay, so I don't know, I'm kind of confused from what your remark was, because you said, I know you think the GLI, but we have this, and this. Are you saying you don't see the need to move forward with the GLI special plan?
I do, but I think that, like, you know, the committee itself is gonna, you know, bring back recommendations to us, I'm assuming.
Yes.
And with the, you know, a DLI could be a component of a computer science magnet school, agriculture magnet school, the DLI component, so.
Right, that's what we said,
Yes.
but that's what I had said earlier. That's exactly what I said
we're on the same
earlier.
page.
Okay, so we are,
Mhm.
okay, because I needed to know where you were coming from, you weren't. So I get that out of the way, okay. So then I have another question.
Just kind of make just one clarification, because again, this is a complex topic we're talking about. So the approval tonight would not approve a committee. It would approve to begin to move forward with implementing this process. And at some point during the process, there'll be groups of people involved, and we will bring all that information back to you, because remember, it's 18 months.
Yep.
So this would just be for us to say, okay, it's time to start the process, time to get serious with how we communicate with people. I just want to make sure that we're clear on that.
Okay, so I have a question.
Okay. So
We go to someone.
Are you asking us to identify the schools themselves to transition or to give you guys the okay to go ahead and you guys identify the
Yeah,
schools?
excellent question, and this is complex. So there's two directions the board can go tonight with regard to bullet number one. One direction is just to say generically, we'd like you to start thinking about a middle school, another middle school magnet. And not name a particular school in our district. And a generic elementary school. That's one direction you could go. Another direction you can go is you could say, there is a DLI elementary school that's already in play and growing, and perhaps you can start the process for that community to consider shifting to a magnet school. Another process is, as we both know, as we all know, there are two middle schools right now on the parallel pathway with a long-range facility master plan. So that could be a consideration. So again, it's ultimately up to the board. You can keep it broad or for now and ask us to narrow it later, or you can narrow it down.
Well. Rosemary, are you ready? No, okay. For me, and I've said this many times, I've made it very clear, I would love to see Beaumont and Rancho Minerva become middle schools. And it would maybe have Rancho Minerva be the middle school DLI middle school, have the DLI program there. And maybe have Beaumont put a DLI program in Beaumont, and then we, of course, I would like to house them on the same campus there. And then have we'd have a feeder school, all the DLI schools, because we've got, right now, we've got 3 that are active.
Correct.
We want to add more. We make, and if we have Rancho Minerva, we've got the room, that could be the feeder school for those, all could feed into Rancho Minerva, if it's an magnet school.
Certainly an option.
Go ahead.
I think we definitely need to focus at the middle school level. That's where we see the bottleneck. And so with that, my recommendations that come to the top, it could be Roosevelt. They're already doing artful learning, so they could be they could be 6 months already in there. Or it could be, Rancho Minerva. Madison, we have over 1,000 students, so like probably not the right one to start with as a first one.
Sounds good. Excellent.
Trustee Keller? I think I might be ready.
I think trustee Smithfield.
One of your mitts. I'm Chris. Oh.
Well, I think the last meeting we had, we were talking about our district asset management committee, and I can't stop thinking about the work that committee will be tasked with and the need to, coordinate. Why would we direct us to look at opening a magnet school at a, school that's been identified through our long range facilities master planning process as a physical site that might need too many repairs to be economically feasible for us to manage. So I think, it's easy, hard to name a school. And to President Alvarado's point, I think we need to look at a map and look at our D-scores and really give careful thought to the physical, children attending a school at a certain site and which children don't attend school at that site and the hardship or inequities that creates for our families in the district. These are the thoughts in my head that I can't actually, I have a map open here and I have the D-scores open here. I don't feel, I do agree with President Vargas, a middle school, yes. I am, sorry. Default mode. Once upon a time, former President Vargas. I also, going back to my own history in the district, and the key element that attracted me to Vista Academy was that it was a K-8 school. And I am curious to know opinions and of how relevant K-8 programs are in our world of the future, and if that is something that would be meaningful and important for us to consider adding as a magnet program for Vista Unified. I got a million thoughts swirling around in my head. I mean, I think we're in good hands with our two leaders. And I know you both had really different experiences with the opening of your school sites, but also you started with an existing staff and you.
Had transfers.
Mhm. And so, you know,
Voluntary.
I think that's interesting. We should give some thought to all of, you know, those components, as, you know, learn from our past practices.
So I have a question. So maybe it won't, I can answer it. So I do believe we need to do one at the elementary. Because if we're gonna make a school, well, I think, maybe I'm wrong. If we were gonna make the entire school a DLI school to fix the problems that the DLI program that we didn't expect, would it have to be a magnet school?
Well, the only reason we're putting it on the table is because Grapevine is unique. It's different than the other two schools. Because it's expanding so quickly, that it is creating some interesting consequences because of the expansion. So it's something to think about. Because if it doesn't move into a magnet school, then we will have to address some of the issues related to the expansion of the DLI, because as you know, it's a 50-50 program, so there's an English only and a Spanish classroom, and so that kind of squeezes out the other pathway, the non-DLI pathway.
Yeah. So with that in mind, and going back to President Alvarado's thought, that's right there. The kids are from right there. They do bring in kids from other places. I personally think we need to look at an elementary school, and I think we should look at that elementary school. And as for middle school, Rena, I know you're saying about Rancho Minerva and the kids and bringing them there, but those kids didn't belong there to begin with. They belonged over at Lincoln. And we took them out of their neighborhood and put them all the way over there. We can bring them back now.
I agree, but if we make Rancho Minerva a magnet school, we will attract the students that are in that area. And we will also, it's on the border, we'll get San Marcos students.
Why, I understand that, which is what I said last time. We take Vita, who's in a falling down school whose sewers keep collapsing, and put them over there. And we redo Vita with the thought process of whatever the theme is with the DLI pathway. So that would kind of be the DLI plus whatever their theme would be. Am I making sense?
But I think aren't there some physical limitations to moving Vita over there, because there's some design buildings, structures that you have, or innovation structures that you have.
I'm not super familiar with the Rancho Minerva campus. A really important part of the Vita's current program is the aquatics program and also our theater program. I'm not sure there's a theater auditorium, there's the gym.
Mhm.
And then there's obviously not a swimming pool.
Which, sorry.
Yeah.
We can
Is-
figure that out, but we have to look at the whole district and.
For
your
our
school's falling
clarity,
apart.
yeah.
It's a very successful magnet school. You put that on the edge of town.
But the only thing I would want to caution the team on is, tonight, the agendized topic is magnet school program,
Right.
not
Okay.
facilities.
All right.
And remember, we have a parallel program going on with the long range facility master plan. So I want to clarify that the conversation about middle school doesn't necessarily have to be about location. We just need direction that you want us to think about a middle school.
Okay,
For
so
now.
why don't we say that you guys identify at least one elementary school and at least one middle school?
Well, program, we're not talking about location.
Yeah, I would say that we should identify an elementary school that is like world language, that type of thing, and a middle school that incorporates CLI with another magnet to complement it based on what the community feels that they want, and maybe something different that's not being currently offered in Vista Unified.
That's what we need, and it can be that generic.
Okay.
That's what I would say.
I just would say that, and that's going back to the slide deck, the presentation, naming the principal would be critical to then lead us in this.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
again,
and that would be a next step.
right, again, I would be happy to support and engage and give feedback and so on, but that principle is gonna be key to then be in these discussions to help all of you kind of come up with some recommendation.
For another evening, but yes.
Yes, that's correct. Not
Gotta
today.
get them to get to a point where they can vote.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what I would propose. Um. Something different than that's not already being offered in addition to the DLI component. That's the argument.
My only feedback to that is that does have a world language component as an IP's elementary school, so that, like, not sure we're gonna repeat that. It's not a dual language school, but it does have a world language.
Okay, so maybe I said the wrong word.
But that's the process.
That's
we'll
the
take it.
problem. That's. what
Maybe I
those-
said the wrong word. So dual language instruction.
Immersion and just
You got it. We understand.
In addition, well, okay, well, let the community say what they want.
Yeah.
You take, you have some forums with the students, you have forums with the family. You look at what's currently being offered within our boundaries. And then organically, they're gonna say what it's gonna be.
That's what they do. That's their process.
All right, so we need to approve that process.
Well, two things tonight that are on the table. You have your two bullets there. The feedback you just gave us on the elementary and the middle. And the process that they're proposing that they would follow,
Okay, all right, so that's what we're voting on.
those two items.
Okay, so I move that we approve those two items.
The thing I would like you to include, if the board is comfortable with it, with focus on one elementary and a middle.
Yes, we'll focus on one elementary.
I agree. Or a second.
Okay, so. Trustee Morocco moved that we identify an elementary school and a middle school to be considered to transition to a magnet school. And do I have to specifically say to incorporate the DLI or? no?
Yeah.
Okay, to specifically find a way to incorporate the DLI in the magnet, whether it be dual magnet or single magnet, whatever the community deems that they need. Do you guys concur with the wording?
Yes. It would be like a language fluency.
No, it'd be a dual language immersion.
Okay, the language
Not-
immersion. But it can also like incorporate other things.
Well, the language, the community's gonna decide.
Yeah.
We're not gonna decide that
Okay.
second
Well, and
one.
that's the second bullet, which is the proposed procedure.
So, is that it? So, and in addition to
Wait,
what,
there's a motion for, I think, right?
so we need a second motion?
No, it's just the component of they're both the same part of the motion.
Okay,
So the first component, you've already identified in elementary and the middle school, with that's inclusive of the DLI pathway.
Yes,
And the second component is to follow the proposed structure.
yes.
do you take that friendly amendment?
I take that friendly amendment. I will take that. And did you second it, Julie? Did you want to?
Second again.
All right. Further discussion, trustee Vargas.
Absolutely. My feedback to that is if we have to prioritize between elementary and middle school, it would be like to prioritize the middle school.
I concur. Because that's where we seem to have like the biggest bottleneck, and then this idea that, oh, I've got to leave if I don't get into BMMS or Vita, and I'm out of here. I feel that
Well,
sometimes,
and
the
the
lottery.
DLI program is
Yes.
That's what I did.
almost in sixth grade.
right,
That's what I did.
so prioritizing a middle
Middle
school
school overall.
over elementary, but if
Is there a
elementary.
reason why you would have to do that?
I don't know, but it's good to have that feedback because it gives us more specific.
Well, the DLI is already going, and so, but could you add more information? You were talking about the intended consequences about implementing the DLI in Grapevine, and I wasn't sure.
So what was happening was, and it was on both sides, they all agreed, they all called me in, whether they were DLI or English only.
Okay,
So what was happening was they were taking, the DLI classes. All the kids with the IEPs behaviors were put into the English only class. So they had their 20 some kids and they had all the problems. And even the DLI teacher said, no, this is not good for our colleagues here because we're losing them. They're going crazy.
they
So
had
we
the
went over-
challenging class.
Yes.
challenge.
It's because those students didn't select DLI. So because you don't select DLI, they only have one choice.
Right, and then there was a little confusion, I don't know if you remember when, Rafa Olavide, the doctor, Mr.
Not yet. Not yet.
On his way.
Was presenting, I had asked about, the kids with IEPs, hearing these kind of things, and then Jorge from the county got up and said, oh, no, we include those kids. They need to be included if the parents, which was something we learned,
Mhm.
which would help with that, but they felt, the teachers at the site felt that this would be the best, solution, making the whole school DLI. Cause they have the English component and the Spanish component, it's not like Alamosa's where it's 90-10,
Right.
one teacher. So.
Grapevine?
I know what.
Yeah.
Grapevine's what?
That they have either Spanish or English, so.
Grapevine has a model where they get 50-50.
Right.
So there's an English component and a
Right,
Spanish component.
Right.
And then there's classes that are just English, that have nothing to do with it. Alamosa has a 90-10.
Right.
And there's only one teacher needed.
Right.
So in Grapevine, there's a team.
Yeah.
Okay.
So my answer to that is, if that's happening where we push kids out of any specialized program, whether it be dual immersion or a magnet, and we say that you have an IEP or a 504, you can't come in, that's a program, that's a problem with us.
Mhm.
And then we need to change that and make sure that no child is rejected if they have an IEP or if they have a 504. So I don't think we need a magnet to make sure that kids have access to programs.
No, but they want their entire school to be DLI.
Okay.
They want the kid to have both.
Mhm.
So to be clear, though, the conversation on the table is that we would use the process to bring that community through it, and they would come to that conclusion. Does that make
Well,
sense?
and I think that problem, if by making it a magnet, that problem is eliminated because if you're sending your child, if you're choosing to send your child to a DLI magnet
That's
school,
correct.
you're making that choice. So you don't even need that, you have that English option that you just call.
That's exactly right. So it would resolve that. issue.
Yeah.
I don't know if it would resolve it. Our magnets have lower duplicate student counts than the other ones that are not. I don't think it automatically resolves it.
I think that that's a function of the lottery system. And if we were to do some sort of hybrid where we created a local district around the location of these magnet schools, gave priority to the students that apply from within that district, and then open it up for the extra seats, I think you'd see a lot more of unduplicated counts in these magnet schools.
Well, that would be a separate topic, and we can bring that topic back to you.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. And we had a friendly amendment to it. Do I hear another friendly amendment, trustee Vargas, where you said you wanted us to focus on the, do I need a friendly amendment to say we're gonna focus on the middle school if it has to be just one? You said-
It was a recommendation, so if there's
Recommendation.
consensus, we're good, if not, then, we'll lay it down.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. Yeah.
Okay, two,
All right.
3, 5.
Any further discussion? All right, we're gonna vote. You wrote it down,
yeah,
right?
we
You got it?
are, I'm very aware of it.
Okay, because I said it specifically. All right.
Poor men wanna go home.
I know.
And we have a whole lot more to do.
I know. See, even Hades put a timer. You've stayed for such a long time. What do you think about this conversation?
About just like everything is just this one.
This
Well,
one,
this specific, yeah, no, because I appreciate you staying and listening and you as a student that goes to a magnet high school, right? What do you think about this?
I think it's interesting. I don't know, what do the elementary school magnet schools look like? Because I don't know, I feel like it forces the little kids to do something that they don't have a choice about, you know?
Mhm.
Because they don't know what they want to do yet, but you're like forcing them into a pathway.
And they're just like automatically on that pathway. I don't know.
Yeah, we have the art magnet school at Vista, and we have Casita, which is math and science. And those are the two elementary magnets that we have.
Do you know what the DLI program is? Do you understand what that means?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
So
think it's cool.
I just, I appreciate you staying and you go to a magnet high school and your voice is really important. And you probably have friends who did go to some of the magnets at elementary, middle school, and some that never went and now they're at the magnet high school. So I just thought
Have you been?
I would ask you.
Are you
Yeah.
out of it?
No, I've been here since 6th grade.
Okay, so you are part of this team.
Yeah.
You didn't transfer from like coaching side or all.
No, I transferred from Lake Elsinore in 6th grade.
Okay.
All right, so we will vote. Thank you so much. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. The next item on the agenda is 16B, the presentation of the new state transportation plan compliant with Ed Code Section 41850.1.
All right, I'll just share the slide. Thank you for your patience.
Dr. Shaw.
Dr. Lothar.
I feel like a blues musician. I feel like a blues musician in the 60s and 70s. It was Dr. John, now it's Dr. John. Sorry.
Let's be a thing among doctors. Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Lothar, for waiting.
Yes, Dr. Lewis is getting ready. I do want to point out the logo at the bottom of the screen. Both Tracy Mangle and Sean Losher have done a really marvelous job trying to recreate cultures within the sub-departments in the transportation department. I visited a number of times, as Tracy knows, and we're doing good work. And while we're challenged to find bus drivers, the bus drivers we have are amazing people. And they're willing to do good work, and that's part of their identity. So those types of logos, what they do is they provide the respect that those bus drivers need because they provide a service for our school district that is amazing. So take it away.
Thank you very much, Dr. Doyle. First of all, we wanted to make sure that everybody did have a copy of the plan that is marked version of March 9th.
It was given to us.
Absolutely. I want to just state publicly, there's no substantive change between the initial posting this, other than we realized, thanks to input from a variety of factors, including board feedback, that in developing this document with a lot of different people, there was actually 3 versions of the document that existed. And we were updating one grouping and thinking we were updating another, and it didn't get posted correctly. And I take full responsibility for that. The areas that did have some modification in terms of corrections were minor modifications in figure 1, where rather than saying it's 433,000 miles and 452 miles, we were off by 1 mile. So these are the sorts of modifications that we're talking about in figure 3 on page 11, that the number should read as a total under unduplicated student transport 722 rather than 1,068. And that there should not have been any highlighted sections within the documents. So the updated version has none of those things. It's all been corrected for formatting and errors. And the wonderful part of what we bring to you this evening, and we'll give you a very quick highlight of it, is this is for the first time in a long time, additional dollars for transportation, for doing the right thing by students that Vista historically has always done, which is to not charge for general education transportation, and we should be proud of that. Now, Amy already demonstrated the funding implications within the second interim retroactively. What we're going to do quickly is just the background is over time that by 2007, the state audit already found that we had poor funding for transportation in California. A number of attempts were made to restore this funding, but it wasn't until just this last legislative cycle to where that happened. What it did require us to do was resurrect transportation plans, which included having a process where we went out and sought additional input. But the general sections of that plan were data analysis and the review of existing things that we're doing, getting drafts of stakeholder feedback, and making the recommendation of the plan. This is a living document. It is approved, and we need it before April first, per se, Ed Code to accept those funds. But this is not a document that will just sit on the shelf. We will bring it back as we learn more.
Part of the plan process and requirements were to gather the data of the students that we already transport. I had to put in there about the routes that we already have, how many students we transport, the scope of the services offered, both for general education and special ed. The alternate services such as the McKinney-Vento students, how we get them to school. Funding and finance requirements for solicitation of stakeholder input.
So the implications and possibilities, we just generally present you overview is this is a historic funding that is occurring and happening statewide, $637 million statewide. It is retroactive, going back a bit, where you're going to recoup up to 60% of the cost. And in the future, the legislation includes the COLA. So it will be an amount that is theoretically increasing this year. It requires those other districts. I happen to live in one whose district will remain nameless that charge students for general education funds. You may not accept funds if you do that. You have to make it free to the students, of which good for us here in Vista, we have always done that right thing by students. And it allows for us to have expanded services when possible. The challenges that we note within the plan are the same ones that we have reviewed, which are historic bus driver shortages, general support for increasing routes, and looking at the logistics of things, like we had changes in the bell requirements for high schools and what times we could start. And that doesn't allow for the type of efficiency of operation that we once had for transportation, because now we have start times that are not necessarily aligned in a way where we can do all of the logistics we could. So those were our challenges.
Some of the stakeholder groups that I was involved with and got their opinions about the funding were the classified staff, certificated staff, administrators, parents, students, government agencies, and there were additional stakeholders as well.
From this grouping, in terms of outreach, there were a series of outreach meetings. We received stakeholder feedback, and I don't think the stakeholder feedback is going to be anything new to the board. It's similar to the information that the board has provided us. What the stakeholders would like to see is a reinstatement of routes that have been paused. They would like to see more school bus transportation options. The parents prefer school buses to city buses. That's their preference. They have refined distance. They want us to refine our distance calculations. We talked about at the last meeting. We use a circle around for a 2-mile radius, and the parents and the community say, that doesn't mean that takes us 2 miles from the school. It can take us 3.5 miles to get there. We'd like that taken into consideration. They'd like to see, when we unpause, more bus stops. They want to make transportation available for all students, is what their feedback was. Increased transportation for after-school programs and clubs. They want to see enhanced field trip transportation options. But the one that pertained to our core value and our policy on equity and the importance of that is parents put a specific item out there where they said, we would really love to see transportation that considered the equity factors of parents that cannot transport themselves necessarily to evening meetings or to other items that they would like to participate in, but they don't have that access right now. So that is the feedback that they gave to all of us. As far as next steps, we incorporate any additional feedback from the board this evening. We don't actually turn this document into the state. We just keep it on file for audits and we revisit it. And then we have to complete any and all reporting requirements that go along with this as we receive the funds. So that concludes our general presentation for this item. The transportation plan was included in it, which is a, well, it's not a long read, but it's a lot of ed code in it. And that's because it's all legal requirement and legalese that go along with that. And I wanted to thank Tim Priebus, who was our consultant on this and helped us out. I want to thank Tracy and the transportation team, because they had to cross-reference all of the ed code, all of the administrative regulations, board policies, and and otherwise to get it all together to make sure that we were legally compliant. So thank you for that, to our Director of Transportation.
So for feedback, can I start?
Yeah, please.
All right. I really, think it's important that we do consider the actual mileage that families have to go. And so that when we are able to have a full staff, that we look at the big picture and how that's applies. I know it's all contingent on people that we hire, but I would like to see us working towards that for our core feedback. Next.
Somewhat similarly, I noticed in the report itself, and I don't know, Dr. Doyle, if you want, if there's a slide for it, or page 6 of the portrait oriented part of this presentation. The scope of pupil transportation seems to say we cannot offer the Mission Vista busing because it talks about students who attend a school outside their attendance area are not eligible for transportation services. But
that's not included with magnet schools or other schools, so that changes the boundary
okay,
option.
good. So it's just a definition of boundary that gets us through that. Thank you for clarifying.
Yes, ma'am.
Otherwise, lovely report. Thank you for all the work and driver recruitment and training. Keep going.
Right when I had your page up.
So
Oh, sorry.
many years ago, when I first dreamed of running for school board and being on the school board, it was because of this issue. Way back when, we're talking the early aughts, that busing, my son went to Rancho Buena Vista. And it was very difficult for us to get him there. And he had to take a public school bus, and it was not, there was those first 2 years until he learned how to drive were pretty miserable for our family. This was something that's when I said I need to get in school board, do something with it. So this is, I really am glad to see this presentation, and it was a marvelous presentation. I agree with all of the stakeholder feedback that you received. I personally agree with that. I would love to see us be able to transport every single student in this district to a school. So anyway, just wanted, that's my feedback.
Trustee Vargas?
Yeah, my only minor feedback, I'm not sure if we can incorporate any of like the climate action impact as it relates to the report itself. You know, we have 40 kids on one bus, that's 40, 45 parents that are not driving, which also helps with traffic in the city. So that, that would be relevant, or if it's more for like a climate action subcommittee, just mentioning that.
Absolutely. And as you know, Trustee Vargas, Tracy is with us on the Climate Action Committee for that purpose. Dr. Doyle and I co-authored a piece that is out there somewhere about transportation. And one of the things we forget is that the yellow bus driving fleet collectively is the largest transportation fleet in the United States of America. So when you talk about changes to the yellow fleet of the United States of America, you have huge impacts that can be positive impacts for all.
Well, we've already made that in our district. They're literally happening today on the streets.
The electric buses are out rolling, and shortly we're going to be looking at a resolution to accept more electric buses. And thanks again to our director for free.
Trustee, any more comments?
No, I just agree. You already know what I think. I don't need to retell you. So yes, I agree with everything they said we need to do. Quick question though, the after school programs, do you think we'll ever have a chance to offer that busing from some of the sites so kids can stay for the after school program?
That's clearly contingent upon the number of drivers we get in. Right now, it's not for a lack of want. It's for a lack of capability. What we are seeing is we are getting more drivers. And as we continue to do that, we can continue to expand services. One of the things that Tracy has made me attuned in bus driver culture is bus drivers are hardworking people. Will do overtime hours, will drive in the middle of the night to anywhere in the state to support our kids, making sure they need to go where they're going. And so it's not for a lack of people that are willing to, as we see that workforce number rebound, I would anticipate the answer would be yes, once we see the rebound.
Maybe next year. We'll do it. And they have patience, like, I don't think any of us. Because we do that every day. with Kids, okay. Because that's just come to me from a few sites, mostly elementary, for the kids that are bussed in. Can't say, so I talk about it. You're welcome.
Does Sandag have any, do we collaborate or work with Sandag at all with our buses or funding or any type of, I don't know, sharing of information?
So at this time, Sandag and other government agencies, because of the number of requests regarding this transportation plan, have blanket statements as to their positions. They're not interacting on many of those items. I predict Sandag will open that conversation back up in the future. In the past, they've been very receptive.
All right, so, this is a presentation. Do we have to vote on the
You
presentation?
just have to accept the report.
We have to accept the report. Okay, so move. Second?
You said second? I did. I thought I did. Did you say? No, second.
Okay, so it was moved by trustee Vargas to accept the report, seconded by trustee Morocco. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries
Thank you.
5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is 16E, approve the middle school science adoption.
President Alvarado.
Yes, ma'am.
I think we need a motion to extend the meeting.
Oh,
I make a motion that we extend the meeting to
11:45.
45.
11:45 instead of 11:59. That is fine.
Second.
All right, got a motion to extend the meeting to 11:45, second, moved by trustee Kelly, seconded by trustee Vargas. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
The motion carries 5-0.
Are you
All
guys
right.
still awake?
16E.
Sorry.
All right, well, this was a little bit of a scientific experiment. We wanted to see how long we could keep these gentlemen here tonight. And,
Never gonna come check on.
Scientific.
before they start, I do have that I thank you and your team for doing this, because we have been focusing a lot of attention on elementary school getting the curriculum, for which we've been very successful. And it's nice to see that we're moving forward to middle school as well. Thank you for the time you put into it. Our teachers are deserving of this curriculum, so please move forward and share some great information you have.
All right,
So make sure you introduce yourself to the board so everyone knows who you are and what you do.
Yeah. I'm Damon Patterson. I currently work in EE&I as an assistant principal on assignment for secondary. So I'd like to thank the Board of Trustees for having me tonight, as well as Dr. Doyle giving us the opportunity. We're going to make a recommendation for adoption for our science curriculum for middle school grades 6 through 8. And have my colleague here who did a lot of work leading this pilot program and leading up to the recommendation, Jeff Smits from Madison Middle School. So we're going to do a little presentation here on a couple things that we think are important to kind of give you some context about why the recommendation came about. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Jeff.
Thank you. Thank you, Dan. Hi. Good evening.
Hi, good evening.
Just a little background on me. I'm a classroom teacher now. I was the project director for the Early Implementation Initiative, NGSS implementation. Some of you have been around since then. So I was kind of uniquely, even though I'm back in the classroom, I'm kind of uniquely qualified to spearhead this. And it's important to me that it gets done. We started it while I was project director, but COVID got in the way. So we drove on. And it's important for a few different reasons. Number one, to promote equity right now. You know, I heard it come up during magnet school discussions, the issues around equity. Well, one way to ensure equity is to make sure we've got a guaranteed viable NGSS aligned curriculum at every middle school for every student, right? These standards have been around since 2013. It took a while for publishers then to follow with curriculum, but we're due for it. I think now more than ever also it's important that we promote scientific literacy in our student population. So our good NGSS curriculum will help lead us toward that end. Quality NGSS curriculum will also promote the building of those speaking, listening, writing, and reading skills in an authentic, engaging context. And lastly, I think it's important that we've got a good program going on in middle school to prepare them for the rigors of high school. And maybe foster an eagerness to take more than the minimum required for graduation or take those AP courses too. And it starts in middle school. So as far as our process goes, we use some tools called California Next Generation Time, standing for Tools for Instructional Materials Evaluation. And there's 5 different stages of it. We went through a pre-screen process with middle school December 2019 with the intention of doing what's called a paper screen that summer, but that's exactly when COVID happened. So pre-screen is basically, we looked at all 12 state-approved publishers, plus one that didn't make the cut because it wasn't done yet, it wasn't fully developed, and that was an open educational resource called Open SciEd. So we looked at all 12 plus one, and 3 of them separated themselves from the rest during that process. And that was just a look at one instructional sequence to see if there's any potential for NGSS alignment. 3 separated themselves from the herd. So we take them to paper screen, which was a big deep dive, week-long process on those 3 publishers' product, where we really picked apart a unit from each publisher, and we used 4 different rubrics to evaluate it. And then that basically kicked one of the 3 out when it came time to decide who to pilot. So 2 made it forward to pilot, Amplify and Open SciEd. And so we started the pilot in spring of 2022. So last spring was the pilot for Open SciEd, and then this fall we piloted Amplify. And so we had a number of teachers actually use the product, but 10 of them actually collected data, which percentage wise, that's about, I don't know, 10 out of, was there 5, 30 to 40 middle school science teachers in the district. So about 25%.
And then did the teachers that piloted in the spring also pilot in the fall, that a single teacher had the experience of using both?
They had the opportunity to. I can't say that every teacher that piloted Open SciEd also piloted Amplify.
Okay.
Ideally, that would be the case. You're right.
But the data points were the same, correct?
What do you mean by data?
With the information you guys collected and scored rubrics.
Oh, yeah, we held them to the same standards. Yeah. You know, we used the same rubrics. So, good question.
It was all scientifically based.
It's hard, you know, because it's all volunteer basis. I need some teachers to pilot and collect data. Okay, I will. No, I'm not gonna.
Whichever one went first would bias you against the one you're testing second. So I could, it seems like you could make an equal argument for making sure you had separate groups. I was just curious about the process.
There's so many variables, right? And even it's a different I have different classes this year, different body of students. So, yeah, there's a lot, it's tricky. And we try to control as much as we can and try to make it a reliable process, but there's only so much we can really do.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we went on to, here's some, our findings are curious because we weighted paper screen and pilot score evenly. So, they scored exactly the same on paper screen, and they scored exactly the same on the pilot. So their total program scores for both programs identical. Couldn't find it that way, it just came out that way. But you do see when you dig down a little deeper below the surface at the classroom pilot score comparisons, you can see that as far as student learning goes, Open SciEd outperformed Amplify by a tad, turned out to be 8 points. And in the areas of teacher support, it was the opposite. Amplify outscored Open SciEd by, guess how many points? 8 points. So that's why they end up leveling out for total combined program score. But we had to make a decision, right? So go ahead and go to the next one, please. So analyzing all the evidence, and I'm really super summarizing right now, being concise about amount of evidence and hundreds of man hours of work that went into collecting it. But both programs were three-dimensional, anchored in phenomenon, good programs. So what separated Amplify from Open SciEd really was the limitations of Open SciEd were kind of due to the fundamental quality of the product. It's a library basically of shared Google folders is the product. It's open resource, it's open source, it's free. And then the kits are kind of subcontracted out to another company, and it's a box of DIY, do-it-yourself kind of stuff. And so it takes hours of assembly and the teacher's guides in terms of navigating them and comprehending them were challenging for teachers. So, and then there was a big underestimate, it appeared, of how much time it would take to teach the unit for Open SciEd. And so something that looked like it was going to take 6 weeks ended up dragging on for 12. And so now you got phenomenon fatigue, and kids are like, when are we going to be done with this unit? So Amplify really, what really also put Amplify over the top was their learning management system. They've got a really nice platform, a digital platform, student interface, teacher interface. And Damon's going to tell you a little bit about how that helps with differentiation and diverse learners.
Right, and I had the pleasure of joining the group kind of halfway in between their pilots going from Open SciEd to Amplify. So I'm going to steal one of Dr. Doyle's sayings, that I was kind of like the lead blocker for the group, where we're giving time for teachers to collaborate and anything that came up meeting wise, or any questions that we had from the administrative side, I was able to help with those. So Jeff, with the recommendation of Amplify, one of the main things was the phenomenon-based curriculum that the students are going through. A lot of them are actually taking on the role. They could be like a photographer for a magazine, and they're trying to get a picture of the moon, and they want to know what the best time of year, best time of day, or excuse me, at nighttime to get that particular picture. So it really takes them through some things that kind of thinking outside of themselves, investigating things hands-on, very literacy rich, as Jeff mentioned earlier. So supporting language development and the interactive digital tools that they have for students just to think, read, write, and argue like real scientists. The curriculum was developed by Lawrence Hall of Science at UC Berkeley. And as we mentioned before, it does have that equity key where it's providing differentiated instruction for all students to promote their learning and their growth as well. So one of the things that it does feature is formative assessment. And as a former classroom teacher, and something that Jeff talked a lot about with the team, is that formative assessment and feedback to students, those conversations that they have with teachers that provide what Amplify calls a critical juncture. So that's the opportunity where the teachers can look at some data from the students and actually Amplify gives some recommendations to the teacher as to where the student's at and what might be the next step for the student. So that's something that the teacher can team up with the student, have that dialogue back and forth with them to make sure that where they're at is kind of that zone of proximal development. So it's not too difficult, it's not too easy, but it's kind of challenging. So it's moving them forward with their learning. Another thing we looked at is just the engagement factor. The hands-on, definitely there's a lot of things that they're going to be doing, and manipulatives and things like that in the classroom that they'll be experimenting with. We also talked about the learner portrait and how it would apply to the learner portrait. So just being an agile and collaborative problem solver, working with other students on scientific, critical thinking and decision-making, problem solving. They assume scientific roles, so that allows for generative playfulness to reach new conclusions. And like I mentioned before, just the assessment and the feedback component to that. Another one important for the teachers too is professional learning that will be available as well. So that's something that I know the teachers want to have to make sure that they get a good foundation for the program, for the digital. And also to have something that's continuous. So we talked about having, you know, our expert teachers from the pilot, having that as a resource to help other teachers make sure that they're getting the support they need to, you know, implement with fidelity. I'm gonna turn it back over to Jen.
Yeah, and just real quickly, so Amplify it is primarily a digital platform. But it does have its material kits also, so it comes with all the equipment you need to do the investigations that the teacher's edition would ask you to do with the kids. And then there's interactive notebooks that are supplied for each unit of instruction, so it's a lot of notebooks. And then those, in addition to the online student interface, are these online sims that are really neat, that kind of make the invisible visible for kids, forces and energy and macroscopic stuff that's far away visible or microscopic stuff visible. Nice way to help facilitate student conceptualization. Yes.
What is Sims mean?
Simulations, I'm sorry. I tried to avoid my nerdy
You know,
acronyms.
sometimes I ask that dumb question.
No, that's my bad.
But thank you. Like Sims.
You caught me.
Thank you. All right, any questions from the board?
I do.
Yeah.
So you said it, gives differentiated instruction lessons. Do you happen to know, like for our ELs, does it use all the academic vocabulary and have the kids use it?
You know, one thing that it's pretty slick there, anytime you're reading a science article in Amplify, it opens it up in a reader kind of. And so there are tools where you can actually click on it for it to read it out loud to you.
Okay.
A student can click on an individual word and it'll pull up a definition for them. And it's got annotation tools. So it's pretty powerful for helping our English learners access English and content.
So, and then I saw that, I have one little thing to say here, number 2. It is aligned with NGSS. Everything.
It's 3D, it's everything you'd want in terms of the foundations of the program, for sure.
So is it aligned with the state standards, or is the teacher's gonna have to go through and say, oh, they never address the standard, we have to develop this, and oh, you know, I don't have to tell you how that goes. So
Yeah.
are they all addressed, or are teachers gonna come to us and say, this doesn't?
Yes, they have a huge curriculum to standards map that we can bore through if you'd like to see evidence of
No,
that.
I don't, I will take
But
your word.
from our review, everything seems to be aligned. And it's interesting that you did ask California aligned, because the national standards are just written for middle school, and California took it a step further and divided them up 6, 7, and 8. So Open Syed's a national program. So they had some things that were embedded in 6th grade that really in California really ought to be in 8th grade. We knew that going in when we reviewed it. We figured we could do some mixing and matching if we had to. It was still worth reviewing.
Okay.
But it was a concern that teachers still had even toward the end of the pilot.
That gets hard. We have to do that. Okay, my last one is, kits, Bob kits. But who's gonna refill them every year, and who's gonna pay for all those materials?
Yeah, we'll have to negotiate and I'll plan with the vendor and.
Okay, so we have the blueprint coming up. We're gonna have to talk about that.
There's your guy.
I know you pay for it, but well, I'm gonna say, were you there with the basket?
Well, I'm very aware of the process. I'm still using the software.
But some of the things would be in there, but then we had to buy out of our personal money, other things. I don't want our teachers to have to spend their money on science lessons. That's our job.
And some can roll over year to year, and some are consumables that would have to be replenished.
Yeah, so we need to account, like,
Yeah.
we need to know that going in. What do we have to plan? Absolutely.
Yeah, when we do an adoption, what we typically do, and I don't know if Amy's still on, it's a test for Amy. We typically like do 3 years out for replaceable, for consumables. That's likely what we'll end up doing. Every adoption is a little different, but that's typically what we do. So Amy passed the test, she's still here.
I'm still here. In the current blueprint, we do have a dollar amount established. It's just a one-time dollar amount because we didn't have any information until we got to the point of adoption. And so, yes, we will take that into consideration during budget development now that once we have the vendor, and we can start in the negotiations.
That's Amy's job, she'll take care of that.
We do have a variety of options for.
Trustee Kelly, you have a question?
Yeah, I do. Thank you.
Location.
It's the money question. Thing, it's perfect timing for Amy to rejoin. I know you never left, Amy.
I never
but,
left.
You know, we had two programs that like really tested very similarly to each other, and one of them is free, and we are considering adoption of the other one, and I value the input and the rationale behind that. However, I just noticed, you know, we don't really have a dollar amount here for our edification as we're about to approve things. So could we get a range? I mean, do we know, like, it will be no less than this, no more than that? And that, you know, it sounds like Amy does have a line item allocated for it.
We do have a range. It's
Yeah,
a
we gotta
wide,
ask.
it's a wide range.
So you're asking what would it cost to adopt Amplify, kind of sort of
Yeah,
ballpark?
and I know it says known at this time because the vendor offers various purchasing options. However, you know, can we get it in the neighborhood?
Yeah, you're looking at about 800K.
Per year.
No, for the 7-year contract, 3 years of product in terms of consumables and kit replenishment.
And how much do we have in there, Amy? You talked earlier about our burgers. What's that?
More than 800.
We have $1 million set aside right currently.
That would be 7 years with the 3 years of the other products, and then also an enhanced PD is what they call it for the teachers.
Okay.
Great. Just about I want to comment on the free piece. So the fact that that was approved nationally, and you said you would have to go to 6th grade to get the 8th grade unit and everything.
We don't have, we can keep it where it
Doesn't matter
is.
if it's free. We need to give our teachers what they need to teach, what they need to teach, so they're not running around.
Yeah. As someone who's piloting 2 science curriculums right now, I appreciate the input from the teachers about implementation and how much time it takes to work with NGSS standards and the phenomena and the prep that is involved in it. So if they say that this is more user friendly, then I mean, I'm glad that we're able to we should go along with their recommendation, because the thing is with the NGSS, it's a lot of prep time.
Yes.
Because the kids are always engaged physically and doing, it's not like reading science just from a book and memorizing facts and such. So I appreciate their recommendation. All right, on that note, and on looking at the time, I need a motion.
I move that we approve at the science curriculum.
I second that we approve item 16E.
All right, moved by trustee Morocco, seconded by trustee Kelly. Any more discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries 5-0. All right, friends, we're on F and we
Just thank
have
everybody
so
who
we
contributed to this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I need to abstain from.
I make a motion to approve 69.
A second.
Okay, any further discussion? 69 for purchase orders. All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Hold on a second. I'm sorry. You made the motion. Who seconded?
I did.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, so the motion carries 4-0 with 1 abstention. Trustee Morocco. All right, the next.
Yeah, so the next set of items that you'll see, we'll go through them individually. I just want to explain it out so we go more quickly, are items that are attached to the conversation we had with you at the previous board meeting. And then Sean will explain it briefly, but you don't need to go over in depth because we've already been getting that.
Dr. Doyle, before that, there's the VW.
Oh, yeah, of course.
So you can have your DW
Yeah,
copy.
so next on the agenda
Item
is 16G. Adopt a resolution 23-34 for the application of Volkswagen Environmental Mitigation Trust Funds grant.
This is a grant that it was applied for by Director of Transportation. This would be for 3 matching electric buses. This is part of the VW settlement from years ago to support environmentalism in the United States. It does require your resolution in order to complete the grant process at this time.
I move that we approve the VW grant.
second.
Okay, moved by trustee Morocco, seconded by trustee Kelly. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries 5-0.
I didn't say aye, I didn't say aye. No. It just lapsed for a second.
I said any opposed, so then I didn't hear anything, so I figured it was 5-0. Okay.
Now we can write the items.
That's when you know, see, the thing
Pick up the
is,
pace, guys.
we haven't had a meeting this late for a moment.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so you guys want a stretch break?
Yeah.
Serious, you want a stretch break? No?
Just get through it.
Okay.
So this one, these are now the list of the items that we talked about in the previous one.
We have to put it on the agenda for. All right, 16H, approve architectural services contract for synthetic track and field replacement at Rancho Buena Vista High School.
So I want to welcome to us this evening Josh Echo. It is in our architecture pool, but Josh and I work very closely together. This goes back to all of the items that we're about ready to discuss or we're bringing to you for approval. H all the way down until N are regarding the turning that we're talking about in terms of our planning that we talked about at the last meeting. We talked about our summer projects, and then I presented to you that we have to get out ahead of this. That some projects, and such as our synthetic turf, used to be something that did not require Division of State Architects approval, but now require DSA approval, ADA considerations, American with Disability Acts. So that way we're sure that we're compliant for special education and all of our shares and making sure that we have equity access consideration on all of these items. Even down to our playgrounds now require these things. That now requires us to have a much longer planning timeline and window rather than just bringing you a summer project list. And many of these items require an architect even to develop enough of a budget to give you a presentation to have a consideration. So that is what this whole listing of items is in order to prepare for next summer. We need to begin right now with this planning process. And that's why Josh is here to answer any individual questions you may have on each of these projects and their scope.
And then the last thing is the project itself, we'll come back to them later.
Yes.
This is just for the architectural element of it. So you'll have plenty of time to talk about this project. This is just to get the process started.
Correct.
I have a map.
Sure.
Can we approve all of these at once? Or
No,
you
you
know,
what you can do, since I'm talking, kind of explain it, is you can go quickly through the others because they're all identical,
Right.
just different topics.
I know, I read them.
Thank you for persisting tonight.
Yes.
Staying.
Absolutely. Thank you for having
me, sir.
Can I have
Echo,
a
yes.
question? In the group, so I'm actually on M. Is that replacement of grapevines,
You
Point
can't-
of order,
you
point
can't-
of order.
I can't do that?
You gotta vote on this.
Oh, we have to go one by one.
Yes.
Motion to approve 16H.
Second, okay, moved by trustee Vargas, seconded by trustee Morocco. 16H, all in favor. Oh, no, any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion carries 5-0. Next on the agenda is 16I.
I move that we approve 16I.
Second.
Morocco and Vargas, motion and second.
All right, it was moved by trustee Vargas and seconded.
No, first Morocco, then
Moved
Vargas.
by trustee
Exact
Morocco.
opposite of you.
So many voices right now. I'm serious, I'm like, I need to focus because there's a lot of voices. It was moved by trustee Morocco and seconded by trustee Vargas that we approve 16I. Any further discussion? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Right, the motion carries 5-0. Next on the agenda is 16J.
I move we approve 16J.
All right, moved by trustee Morocco, second. Seconded by trustee Vargas. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries 5-0. Next on the agenda, 16K.
I move we approve 16K.
Second.
Moved by trustee Morocco, seconded by trustee Vargas. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Next on the agenda is 16L, which is the Vista Adult School.
I move that we approve 16L.
Second.
Moved by trustee Morocco, seconded by trustee Vargas. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. 16M.
I move we approve 16M.
Second.
So it was moved by trustee Morocco, seconded by trustee Vargas, and now this is where your question is.
Thank you. Is that the one in the front for the, to fix the whole preschool being able to play on the, not the one in the back?
There'll be two playgrounds that are actually replaced as part of that, the one in the front. And then the second one will be in the upper grade area, but not the one closest to the track.
Oh, so you're gonna add a whole new,
There's a second, it's on the kind of northern end of the hardscape there.
okay?
That's the one that will be replacing. There should be a.
If you scroll down, on the men, yeah, if we scroll down on the men.
Take care of the little ones.
Yes,
to be able
yes.
To play on it, okay, cool. You don't have to pull it up.
I can pull it up. I have it.
Yeah, there's a diagram on there.
You have to.
There we go there.
Here.
So you see the first red box on the right hand side, that's the front playground along the parking lot there, and then the second box.
Okay, cool.
All right, any further discussion or questions? All right, all in favor of approving 16M? Say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries 5-0. Next on the agenda, 16N, approve architectural services contract for the main switchgear replacement project at Vista Academy of Visual and Performing Arts.
I move we approve 16M.
Second.
All right, moved by trustee Morocco, seconded by trustee Vargas. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries 5-0. Next on the agenda is 16O, adopt the resolution. Oh,
Yeah, we're done with those now. Now we're on.
so
The family.
thank you, Mr. Ethel. All right, but you get to stay,
Yeah.
Dr. Bosher.
Almost.
I think we just signed this.
All right.
So yes, so this is another CalShape round of funding that we have for plumbing for the schools that didn't previously qualify. So this is $571,000 for the next award of CalShape.
All
so the-
right, so. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, so this requires the board to approve the resolution to agree to the terms of the grant.
Okay,
I move we approve 16L.
Second.
okay, moved by trustee Morocco, seconded by trustee Vargas. All in favor, oh, any further discussion on the resolution? All in favor of approving, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion carries 5-0. Thank you, sir. Next on the agenda is 16P, side letter of agreement between the Vista Unified School District and Vista Teachers Association, extending the sunshine initial proposals to June 2023.
So the current contract requires, on any successor agreement, so the entire 3 years, that both parties start negotiating, by March 1st, or at least sunshine that. So we've agreed to extend that following, our current, reopeners. So we're recommending that we have an approval of an MOU through June, but hopefully sooner.
I move that we approve 16P.
Second.
Moved by trustee Morocco, seconded by trustee Vargas. Any further discussion? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries 5-0.
All right, so the next set of items will be similar to Dr. Losher. Now, we just have Mrs. Stickon here, and these are for the second reading of the board policies and for board member Morocco. We always have first reading and consolidated motion. Second readings are always individual in action item, just in case the board has questions about them. And Ms. Sackhouse here to answer any questions if you have them. And you may want to just remind them on this one, what process you follow to ensure it's aligned to the state.
Sure. So we have 7 policies here for second read. What we do is we take our prior document and we compare it with the most current CSBA documents. And we go through for first read and we make crossouts and bold new things so that you can see what the proposed changes are. And at any time we can add or adjust things as you see fit. And so we presented that last time. So what you have before you today are those final drafts of what it would look like without all of those edits and adjustments.
I did have one question about the actual agenda document. It identifies that these are revised per the recommendation of state, county office of ed and California State Board Association, but that should be California School Boards Association. Okay.
Not that that matters, because you're actually approving the board policy, but I understand. Yeah.
No, but yeah, knowing it came from CSBA, as you stated, yeah, it's just, I wanted to differentiate whether that was a different organization or not.
No, it was not.
Okay.
That we approve 16Q.
Moved by trustee Morocco, seconded by trustee Vargas to approve 16Q. Any further discussion? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. The next thing on the agenda is board policy 5131.7 weapons and dangerous instruments.
I move that we approve 16R.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Next on the agenda is 16S, second reading of board policy 5132, dress and grooming.
I move that we approve 16S.
Second.
Moved by trustee Morocco, seconded by trustee Vargas. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. 16T, second reading board policy 5136, gangs.
I move that we approve 16T.
Second.
All
I
right,
have kind of a question. Our gang prevention programs, where can we find out more about those?
We can bring back a report or put in the Friday letter, the processes and programs that we have.
Maybe the Friday letter. All right. That's my own.
all right, all in favor of approving 16T, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion carries 5-0. Next on the agenda is 16U, second reading of board policy 5141.2, suicide prevention.
I move we approve 16U.
Second.
Moved by trustee Morocco, seconded by trustee Vargas. Any further discussion? All right, all in favor of approving 16U, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries 5-0. And the next on the agenda is 16D, approve the second reading of board policy 5142, safety.
I move that we approve 16B.
Second.
Moved by trustee Morocco, seconded by trustee Vargas. Any further discussion? All right, all in favor of approving 16D, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries 5-0.
I'm gonna let you guys do this.
Yeah, we're being quiet so that it goes.
Motion to approve 16W.
I second.
All right. Moved by trustee Vargas, seconded by trustee Morocco. Any further discussion? All right, all in favor of approving 16W? Say aye. Any opposed? All right, the motion carries 5-0. All right, and so there's no continuation of presentation on public comment. Next on the agenda is 18A, request for future board agenda items or other business. Trustee Kelly?
No, I think we're covered with our upcoming meetings.
Trustee Morocco?
I think for the time being, I might have some next meeting, but right now.
Trustee Vargas?
Good.
Trustee Smithville? All right, then comments. reflection, comments? I sent Dr. Doyle a flyer to post, it's a contest for our students.
Yeah.
With regards to substance. How can we get it out? How can we get the information out to teachers? It's a contest for our students to participate in some either presentations or posters or contests and on not using drugs or alcohol mitigation of that. But I'd like to see if we could get that to our secondary teachers and principals so that they could participate. And I'm gonna go to this this event on Friday night that the public policy group from RBV is I think they're hosting it in addition with other groups, right?
Yeah.
But definitely looking forward to getting some more information out to our students about the dangers of fentanyl and drugs and such, and I don't know what more we can do. I know I mentioned to you, Dr. Doyle, that I wanted to collaborate with our community resource supervisor from Oceanside PD, and he said he'd be willing to do some forums for families, both on fentanyl and the dangers and how certain drugs are gateway, but also with a safe storage. So can we get that on the agenda, or not on the agenda, could we get that in motion?
Yeah, we'll work on that. Now, we just completed a whole series of trainings for students, in particular at the middle school, on this topic and what we can continue doing.
Yeah. Well, I was just thinking that I don't know how many events we have had on that side of our district. In Oceanside, right? I know that we've collaborated with the sergeant here in Vista, it's the sheriff's department. And we've had several here because I helped facilitate one of those. It was online, but we need to do some things at our Oceanside schools, I think.
So, years ago, Oceanside OPD would come to the schools and do parent night. And they would show, like, they would bring the drugs, they bring the paraphernalia, just so the parents would know what to look for, and especially now with the fentanyl and the pills and
so, yeah, I'm really looking forward to reaching out to our community in person, because of a lot of those events that we had were online. And also just seeing where we missed, like what schools, what neighborhoods did we miss, and take the proximity to parents.
yeah, this was years ago.
Yeah. We will absolutely check it.
I think it would be very beneficial to teach parents how to use what is it, the
Narcan.
The Narcan, that would be a beneficial thing, like in, maybe even.
They have it.
Yeah,
They have a what to do with.
Yeah. And
Basically, like, that should be something that every parent carries around in their car, you know?
Yeah. Well, so, yeah, I mean, I think they have they have a whole department.
Yeah.
I mean, they have a sergeant that takes care of everything for Oceanside. And they work with all the schools in Oceanside, so they have a very robust system at Oceanside PD. And so I think we should, let them lead the way with how they implement it and teach it, because they're definitely the experts on it, as far as what's in the streets and what's affecting our students. So
Absolutely.
I like that this is in the middle of town here in Vista, but I feel like we just have to take some things like Roosevelt and Mission Vista and Alamosa, and yes, all the schools in your neighborhood as well. So if we could work on that, that would be great. And that's all I have. Anyone else?
I'd like to share, was in a recent community update, but there will be some family bike education nights coming up in the district, thanks to our teacher on special assignment, Tracy McSpadden. And the first one is in about 2 weeks on March 22nd. It's going to be at the Vista Innovation Center. And then on April 5th, there is one at Roosevelt Middle School. They're both from 5:30 to 6:30 p.m. and designed for parents and students to attend together and learn, bicycle safety rules of the road, what the traffic laws are, how to e-bike safely, if that is what a student has for a bike, and I think we have some helmet donations.
We do.
That will.
Is there gonna be one in Spanish as well?
I don't have the answer for that. I can check whether or not there was, I mean, we probably can get an interpretation there.
Yeah, it might be beneficial if you were in Spanish.
Yeah, it's in a partnership with the San Diego Bicycle Coalition.
Okay.
There's an educator who comes, and he's great. I've seen him. I don't know if he's bilingual, but interpretation might be a good option with that.
Trustee Morocco, you said you were good, or don't we?
I know for agenda items.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just, I don't really have anything. I'm gonna be going, I got a table for, the Singing in the Rain that they're doing at RBB on March 15th, so, if everyone wants to go. I bought a table.
When is that?
It's on March 15th, it's a Wednesday. It's at 6:30, I think, and then Beaumont is having some sort of program before that, but it goes from like 5:30 to 6:30. I told them like maybe stop by just to pop in, but I won't be able to stay the whole time because of the singing, but yeah, so.
Trustee Vargas,
I'm good.
trustee Smith,
I'm good.
all right, so that is our reflections on the meeting. Our next regular board meeting is April 6th, but we do have an equity meeting on the 21st of March. Here in the morning, there's an equity walk, and 2 of you are attending that, and then we'll have a meeting here with Nicole Anderson and Deborah Keith Wright. All right. All right. So I adjourn this meeting at 11:02.